Chapter 591. There were so many students here, and not all of them had good tempers. They couldn't participate in the battle, but they could still talk. Hey, buddy, don't just focus on defense. Take the initiative and attack. Hit its waist, left side, now right side. Attack its lower body, attack its lower body. Holy F asterisk CK. Why are you so stupid? The male in the middle of the battle. In the beginning, there were several dozen instructors instructing him, but they soon discovered that the male didn't seem to understand anything at all. Slowly, the tone of the conversation began to change. Are you done yet? Just surrender if you can't do it. Wasting other people's time is the same as murdering them. You're murdering thousands of people. Is this AF asterisk King Turtle? It's always on the defense. Did he learn this from Godin? Could it be that he's going to be a tortoise together with him? And Lin's body swayed violently upon hearing this. Who the F asterisk CK was the one who said that. Come out, and I promise I won't beat you to death. Su Xiaolan and Su Qianyin had also heard this, and they couldn't help but burst into laughter. As the saying goes, a prolonged defense is bound to fail. In the end, it was the divine sense of the battle that broke through the man's Qijin defense and pierced through his chest. The male closed his eyes in bliss. In the end, it was the divine intent of the battle that broke through the male's energy barrier and punctured his chest. The male closed his eyes in bliss. It was already a huge win for him to have thousands of students spectate one of his matches before he graduated. The gate to the second level of the Immortal Spirit Tower slowly opened, and everyone climbed up the stairs to the second level in no time. This time, over 7,000 divine intents converged in the air before pouncing toward the students on the ground below. And Lin also slapped the divine intent of the battle to death with a palm. The divine intents this time weren't much more powerful than the ones from last time, but over 1,000 students were still eliminated. Thus, the third level, the fourth level, the fifth level to Enlin and the other powerful seated participants. These divine intents could be taken care of in a single round. However, it took a long time for the other students to be defeated. On the 20th level, Enlin also slapped the divine intent of the battle to death with a palm. He raised his head and looked around. Only 1,000 people were still fighting, and now he had stayed in the tower for an entire day. The novelty brought about by entering the tower had already passed, and Lin and the others were bored to death and gathered together to gamble. And Lin spread out a pile of cards with numbers on them. There were 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, all the way to 100. I'll bet on this trial ending in 30 minutes. Xianyuan Cheng pulled out 10,000 spirit stones from his storage ring and stacked them on the table. Ha! Lu Qianhuan chuckled disdainfully. Do you really expect these stupid students to finish their battle in 30 minutes? I bet more than 100 minutes. Then I'll also bet on more than 100 minutes. Su Qianyin pondered for a few seconds before deciding to follow Lu Qianhuan's lead. She placed 10,000 spirit stones on the 100 card. In reality, the odds of winning on the 100 minutes card were the highest. It was just that the odds were quite low. Su Xiaolan paused momentarily before placing 10,000 spirit stones on the 50 minutes card. I'll bet 50. I've never won this number before. Tang Shimin scratched his head. I'll bet 60. Lu Zhan took a deep breath. I'll bet 70. And Lin placed 10,000 spirit stones on the 100 card. I'll bet more than 100. Start the countdown. 30 minutes later, Xianyuan Cheng looked at the dozens of people still fighting on the platform with a resentful expression. Why do you always disappoint me? Don't you know how hard it is to earn money? 10,000 spirit stones. 50 minutes later, Su Xiaolan pursed her lips and looked at Enlin with a teary expression. And Lin smiled warmly. Don't worry, Xiaolan. I'm rich enough to make you lose a few thousand times. A vibrant smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. I like what you're saying. I'll come back to you for more money when I run out of money. You can come back even if you have money. And Lin replied. Lu Qianhuan's expression darkened. You're already gambling, but you're still showing off to single people? Is that really a good idea? F*CK him up. F*CK him up. That's right. Tang Shimin roared with excitement. Everyone looked at the battle on the field with nervous expressions. Finally, after a series of intense rumbling sounds, the last divine sense warrior was shattered by a spell. And Lin looked at the time. It was quite clear that Tang Shimin, who had bet 60 points, had won. Ha! I'm not going to hold back then. Tang Shimin chortled like a 50-kilogram child as he swept away all the spirit stones in front of him. He had guessed very accurately these past few times, and he had already won a few times, so he was very happy. Of course, he was also happy because he could finally beat these supremely talented prodigies with his own strength, even though it was only in terms of gambling. But this was also one of his abilities. He was going to beat up anyone who said this wasn't a part of his strength. It had to be said that in Lin and the others' gambling was a very beautiful sight to behold in the immortal spirit tower. Many students imitated their behavior. Some gambled on the time, while others gambled on the outcome of a battle. In any case, there were all kinds of gamblers. It couldn't be helped. It was just too boring. Cultivate, you say? Come on. My strength has been restricted to 1% of my original strength. How the F*CK am I supposed to cultivate? And Lin and the others all heaved forlorn sighs at Tang Shimin's victory before continuing on to the next level. This time, the number of students had been reduced to around 1,000. These 1,000 students were the elite students of Xiaoxian United University, and even the weakest among them was of the 9th stage Tao body. On the 21st level, boom! Terrifying auras converged in the air, immediately following which a series of powerful divine intent battle masters began to appear. All of them had their own domains, which were either bone-chilling or scorching. And Lin was a little surprised. Looks like all of our opponents this time are divine intent battle masters of the half-step soul formation stage. Xianyuan Qing nodded. Many students will be able to observe many things in advance by using them as opponents. Our university, sure, is generous. A man with gale force winds swirling around his body had already pounced toward Lin as he spoke, and Lin raised a palm and slapped the man away again. Of course, it's still not going to be of much help to us. Xianyuan Cheng heaved a forlorn sigh before slashing his finger through the air toward the oncoming opponent, upon which he was sliced in half. Thus, the crowd began to gather and gamble again. This time, Big Brother Cheng chose to trust his classmates, and he finally won once. The battle concluded after around 30 minutes. There was no helping it. Both sides were divine intent battle masters of the half-step soul formation stage, and the battle was extremely intense. Even if some of the students wanted to slack off, they wouldn't have enough energy to last that long. Big Brother Ching was extremely elated. It was as if his trust had been repaid. This time, the number of students decreased drastically from 1,000 to just over 600 immediately afterward. From the 20th level all the way to the 30th level, there were only divine intent battle masters of the half-step soul formation stage. At the 31st level, there were only 200 people. On the 31st level, there were divine intent battle masters of the soul formation initial stage. And Lin slapped his opponent to end the battle again. On the 46th level, there were divine intent battle masters of the soul formation intermediate stage. And Lin slapped his opponent twice to end the battle. On the 61st level, there were divine intent battle masters of the soul formation final stage. And Lin slapped his opponent to death for 3 years. The 70th floor was also the floor where Senior Tang had suffered a grievous defeat. And Lin finally encountered some challenges. Chapter 592. On the 70th level of the Immortal Spirit Tower, there were only 8 people left standing. Lu Qianhuan, Lu Yuan, Tang Shimin, Zui Qiubing and Lin, Su Xiaolan, Shen Yuancheng, and Su Qianyan. Tang Shimin looked up into the sky with a scorching light in his eyes. I'm no longer the same person I was a year ago. This time, I'm definitely going to pass the 70th level. And Lin was also getting a little excited. To be able to defeat senior student Tang a year ago, the divine intents on this level were most likely going to be quite powerful. Outside the Immortal Spirit Tower, a gigantic screen of water appeared in the air, displaying the scenes taking place within the Immortal Spirit Tower. There were still several thousand students who had already awakened, and all of them chose to spectate the battles taking place within the tower. Even though they were unable to participate in the battles in person, being able to spectate the battles between the prodigies and the divine intents would still be beneficial to their own cultivation. There are only 2 people left in our cohort. The third-year students are so freakishly talented. They've already made up half of the entire Immortal Spirit Tower. Do you guys think senior student Lu Yuan will be able to make it into the Hall of Fame? It'll be difficult. He's only at the spirit nurturing final stage, just as all the students were discussing among themselves. Boom! Vital energy suddenly surged in the air above the Immortal Spirit Tower, and 8 extremely powerful figures appeared in the air. An excited expression appeared on Lin's face. All of these divine intents belong to return to void stage mighty figures. No wonder senior student Tang was defeated. In terms of power, they were on a completely different level. Even though this was only a wisp of divine intents, and Lin and the others were all weakened by 100-fold. So this was going to be a very challenging battle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of something tearing through the air rang out, and the 8 divine senses immediately began fighting as soon as they appeared. The divine intents charging toward Lin was a man wielding a metal hammer. He swung the hammer down upon Lin with an extremely powerful aura, as if a mountain over 10,000 feet tall were crashing down upon Lin. And Lin's blood essence surged as he looked at the oncoming attack, and he felt as if the Earth Lotus Supreme skill within his body had been activated. This was the boundless power of the Earth. Evidently, the hammer-wielding man had also grasped a trace of this level of power. Good. And Lin was excited. This was the feeling of fighting against experts and accumulating combat experience. A golden lotus flower appeared on his forehead, and his Earth Lotus Supreme skill was activated on its own under the guidance of his body of the war god. His fist began to glow with a golden light, and a vast and powerful aura erupted forth, causing the space around him to congeal momentarily. This was the first time Lin had unleashed the power of the initial success stage of the body of the war god. He felt that the enemy in front of him was worthy of this move. As the hammer fell, distorted ripples appeared in the space, and Lin threw a punch directly at the iron hammer that was coming straight at him. The golden light carried boundless strength. Rumble! A deafening explosion resounded. The golden light collided with the hammer, and a terrifying shockwave erupted forth. The terrifying power imbued within the golden light instantly pulverized both the hammer and its wielder. Then, before the power of the golden light dissipated, it shot out in a straight line into the distance, leaving behind a shockingly powerful golden trail in the sky. Boom! Another deafening boom erupted. A sword-wielding woman was struck by the golden light, and her body flew back before crashing into the wall of the pagoda as her body slowly dissipated. And Lin stared at the scenes unfolding before his eyes with a dumbstruck expression. I just killed a double kill. Tang Shimin was also dumbstruck. He gripped his long sword and stared blankly at Lin. His expression seemed to be saying, "Who am I? Where am I? How did my opponent suddenly die?" He was clearly in the middle of a fierce battle when his opponent was blasted to death by a streak of golden light. What was he supposed to do? Outside the Immortal Spirit Tower, all of the students also drew a sharp intake of breath. Is this what it means to kill 2 birds with 1 stone? That's insane. The tamer of divine lightning is truly terrifying. God and really is one of the most powerful cultivators in the Immortal Spirit Tower. But what's going to happen to junior student Tang now? If he intentionally interfered in a battle between other students, he would be expelled from the Immortal Spirit Tower. However, Godin accidentally killed his opponent because he was too bad *SS, so he shouldn't be disqualified, right? And Lin and Tang Shimin looked at each other with dumbstruck expressions. At this moment, a white-robed, elderly man appeared between the two of them. He was none other than the guardian and administrator of the restricted area, Bai Zhong. Bai Zhong's face convulsed imperceptibly as he looked at Lin and Tang Shimin. He turned to Tang Shimin first before asking in a solemn voice, "Did you conspire with him?" Tang Shimin was on the verge of tears upon hearing this. "No way. I didn't know anything. I was in the middle of a fierce battle, and the monster was somehow snatched away." Bai Zhong then turned to Lin. "You did it on purpose?" And Lin shook his head vehemently. "I really didn't do it on purpose. I just didn't control my strength properly." Bai Zhong took a deep breath before roaring with rage. "How old are you? You can't even control your strength properly. What if you accidentally injure innocent living beings when you're fighting near a crowd? How can a person who doesn't even know how much power he has understand his own Tao? And you?" Bai Zhong pointed at Tang Shimin before pointing at Lin. "Can't you two put some distance between yourselves? There's so much space here, and your strength has been restricted to 1%. How can you two put so much distance between yourselves?" Bai Zhong continued his rant while Tang Shimin and Lin nodded with indignation on their faces. After this brutal lesson, Bai Zhong finally vented his negative emotions and heaved a forlorn sigh. "Don't do it again." His body disappeared on the spot as he spoke, and Lin heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this, and he turned to Tang Shimin with an apologetic expression. "Sorry for interrupting your battle, senior student Tang." Tang Shimin shook his head blankly. "No, it's fine." He then looked around with a dazed expression. "Did I pass the 70th level just like that? Congratulations, senior student Tang." And Lin smiled. Tang Shimin pursed his lips. "I just wanted to prove that I'm different from last year. I do feel a little different now. After all, I finally passed the 70th level. But why don't I feel happy about it?" And Lin didn't know what to say. Senior student Tang didn't seem to be very pleased with this assist that he had accidentally provided. Before they knew it, Su Xiaolan, Lu Qianhuan, Xianyuan Cheng, Su Qianyin, and Zhua Qiubing had also concluded their battles. The fifth-year elite, Lu Yuan, was only at the spirit-nurturing final stage, and he was gradually losing in the face of a return to void stage divine intent battle. However, his eyes were glowing, and he was feeling more and more elated as he battled. It was clear that he had reaped many rewards from his battles. 15 minutes later, Lu Yuan was defeated. He looked toward the Immortal Spirit Tower with a hint of disappointment. In the end, he still wouldn't be able to leave his mark on the University Hall of Fame before he graduated. Chapter 593. On the 71st level, Tang Shimin made up his mind. He was going to prove himself this time. He was no longer the same person as last year. 7 returned to Void Stage. Celestial immortals materialized from their divine intents began to appear in the air. And Lin narrowed his eyes slightly. His opponents this time were clearly more powerful than last time. The aura fluctuations of the previous level belonged to new return to Void Stage cultivators. But this time they belonged to return to Void Stage cultivators whose cultivation bases had stabilized. A return to Void Stage, Celestial Immortal pounced toward Lin with 2 golden shuttles materialized in his hands. These shuttles were so sharp that they looked as if they could easily tear through space with a single slash. And Lin used his agile movement techniques to evade the Celestial Immortal's attacks. He glanced at Tang Shimin out of the corner of his eye, and he heaved a sigh of relief upon discovering that he had already distanced himself from him. If he were to accidentally kill his opponent again, then he really wouldn't be able to explain himself. And Lin didn't think too much about this. He continued to use gentle techniques to battle his opponent before slowly increasing the power of his attacks. Tang Shimin didn't have the time to do that. He was fighting a celestial immortal in front of him with great difficulty. The celestial immortal's sword techniques were extremely powerful, and the true intent of the sword imbued within his attacks made Tang Shimin's heart palpitate with excitement. Whoosh! The celestial immortal's long sword began to ring, and it was about to unleash a sword technique. Tang Shimin's body trembled as he prepared to charge forward. All of a sudden, a white flaming sword projection flashed through the air with the terrifying power of holy flames. The celestial immortal's eyes widened, and his body was slowly sliced in half before falling to the ground and dissipating. Tang Shimin's eyes also widened as he stared blankly at the scenes unfolding before him. He raised his head in confusion and turned toward a certain direction. There was a woman in a jade dress holding a long sword materialized from the holy vermilion flame, and she was looking toward him with an awkward expression. I'm sorry, I thought it wouldn't be so powerful after suppressing my power by 100 times. Su Xiaolan spoke with an apologetic expression. Tang Shimin's body swayed slightly, and he felt like throwing up a mouthful of blood. Why did my monster get stolen again? At this moment, he only felt that the world was a vast expanse, and in his mind, a plum blossom song reverberated endlessly, and Lin was also dumbstruck. He was just about to carefully kill his opponent when he saw Tang Shimin's opponent being killed by Su Xiaolan. What kind of experience was that? And Lin felt like he was too embarrassed to look Tang Shimin in the eye. After all, his Dao partner-to-be was the one who had done this. For some reason, he was also struck by a sense of guilt. Outside the Immortal Spirit Tower, thousands of students also fell silent as they stared at Tang Shimin with complex expressions. Junior Tang won without doing anything again, that's right. Congratulations. The students of our celestial court are really getting better and better. Congratulations. Why don't I see any happy expression on your face? I think this is cheating. This is F*King, hiring a substitute. I want to report this. In any case, I've got to hand it to her. As long as she has the right posture, she'll be able to pass regardless of whether she's powerful or not. This is actually the fault of junior student Su Xiaolan. I have to say, she's simply too powerful. That flaming sword strike was simply too terrifying, and that's why she accidentally killed an ally. Didn't Lin and Su Xiaolan plan this from the very beginning? It should be said that people who aren't the same type of people don't belong in the same family. Just as all of the students were discussing spiritedly among themselves, Baizhong appeared within the Immortal Spirit Tower again. He looked at Tang Shimin and Su Xiaolan with a sense of weariness in his heart. When had something like this ever happened to any of the students in the past? It was understandable if they were injured by accident, but to be reduced to ashes by a single F*King attack? That was way too ridiculous. Both of you, tell me about this matter. I told you not to do it again. Baizhong harumphed coldly. Tang Shimin felt extremely wronged. He didn't want to do it again, but there was nothing he could do about it. He was also in despair. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I won't use too much force in the future. Su Xiaolan lowered her head in apology. She had only wanted to test out her vermilion bird, flaming sword strike. But she didn't think that it would be this powerful. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I'll. Tang Shimin suddenly didn't know what to say, and he stammered as he tried to speak. What was he supposed to do in the future? What had he done wrong? He didn't know. Baizhong also felt like his chest was constricting, and his head was throbbing with pain. There had never been such a powerful soul formation stage student who was able to kill 2 divine intent enemies with a single strike. Even if there were extremely powerful students, they would usually be able to control their own power very well. In any case, there had never been a student as lucky as Tang Shimin. This was a battlefield with a radius of over a kilometer. Who would have thought that his divine intent enemies would just so happen to be within the range of their attacks, and they would be struck right in the bullseye? Su Xiaolan and Enlin had clearly been killed by mistake, so it was very difficult for Bai Zhong to expel them. You too, don't ever do it again. If something like this happens again, you'll have to bear the consequences. Bai Zhong really didn't know what to say, so he could only point at Su Xiaolan and Tang Shimin as he spoke. Why did this sound so familiar? Su Xiaolan nodded and promised that she wouldn't do it again, while Tang Shimin nodded with an aggrieved expression. Bai Zhong left, and the battle in the tower also drew to a close. Zhuo Qiubing panted heavily as he killed his opponent, and he turned to look at the calm and collected Tang Shimin with an envious expression on his face. He had fought for his life and finally defeated his opponent. As for Tang Shimin, who was in the same batch as him, he didn't even have to fight. He had been beaten by Tang Shimin last year. Could it be that, even after progressing to the half-step soul formation stage, he still wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being dominated by Tang Shimin? Terrifying, he couldn't afford to mess with him. Not long after that, everyone passed through this level and began to proceed to the 72nd level. Tang Shimin gritted his teeth and swore to himself that he was going to prove himself this time. He was going to defeat his opponent with his own power and not be disturbed by anyone again. He made his way to a corner, and all of the other students seemed to be able to sense his emotions, so they all chose to distance themselves from him and maintain a safe distance from him. The 7 divine intent enemies began to revert back to their original appearances before charging toward everyone with powerful auras. An intense battle instantly erupted, and then Tang Shimin was defeated. His chest was punctured by his opponent's lightning, and his entire body was numb as he lay on the ground, hovering between dizziness and clarity. And Lin and the others had actually concluded their battle much faster than Tang Shimin's. They had been spectating from the sidelines this entire time, and they had witnessed Tang Shimin's defeat. Tang Shimin turned to Lin and the others. I'm more powerful than I was last year. I'm definitely more powerful than I was last year, am I right? If I had fought on the 70th or 71st level, I would definitely have one, am I right? I'm no longer the same person as I was last year, am I right? His words were laced with blood and tears, and the scene was extraordinarily touching. Senior student Tang, you're one of the most powerful cultivators of the spirit nurturing stage. Su Xiaolan offered words of consolation. Senior student Tang, you're actually powerful enough to pass even the 72nd level. It's just that your mental state was affected by us, which resulted in your defeat. And Lin also found an excuse to console Tang Shimin. Tears welled up in Tang Shimin's eyes. Next year, I'll definitely. Right at this moment, another bolt of lightning fell from the divine intent battle, and Tang Shimin was knocked unconscious. Tang Shimin was teleported out of the tower just like that, and he didn't even get a chance to finish his sentence. Everyone fell silent. No, it should be called a moment of silence. After a minute of silence, and Lin and the others continued onward to the next level. Chapter 594. Outside the Immortal Spirit Tower, thousands of students heaved forlorn sighs upon seeing Tang Shimin's defeat. I thought Junior Brother Tang would be able to lie on a few more floors. Brother, you're going too far. Junior Tang had already worked very hard, and those things were not something he could control. I think the hardworking Junior Brother Tang is so cool. I feel the same way. I feel that someone as hardworking as him might be half a step away from the divinity transformation stage in the next year. He can make a name for himself in the Hall of Fame of the university. The students were still discussing spiritedly among themselves. At this moment, Tang Shimin had already woken up. His body was still numb from being pierced by lightning, and there was even a lingering feeling of impending death. It had to be said that the Immortal Spirit Tower's battle simulation was very powerful. It could train a trial taker's combat prowess to the fullest extent, and he had learned a lot from that battle. It was a pity that he was defeated so early. Tang Shimin turned his gaze toward Lin and the others. On the screen of water, their battle was extremely spectacular, and he couldn't help but yearn for it. And Lin and the others overcame all difficulties and unknowingly arrived at the 80th level. Unfortunately, Zhui Qiubing was defeated on the 77th level. He made up his mind that he had to pass the 80th level before he graduated and enter the university's Hall of Fame. Now Enlin, Su Xiaolan, Shen Yuancheng, Su Qianyan, and Lu Qianhuan had arrived at the 80th level. This was the first level of the Immortal Spirit Tower. If he succeeded, he would have fame, power, and all sorts of wealth. If he failed, he would only be able to obtain some pills and spirit stones, and then he would dejectedly leave. The divine intent combatants on the 80th level were probably at the pinnacle of the return to void intermediate stage when they were alive. Not only can they use all types of high-rank spell techniques, but they can even manifest their Tao. They're extremely powerful, so don't get careless. Lu Qianhuan immediately gave an introduction upon arriving at the 80th level. Su Qianyan and the others all wore grave expressions on their faces. As half-step soul formation stage cultivators, they were already feeling quite strained on the first few levels. Zhua Qiubing was also a half-step soul formation stage cultivator, but he had been defeated on the 77th level. Now the 80th floor was clearly another watershed. It seemed like it would be a bitter battle. Rumble. Suddenly, 5 figures with auras as vast as the sea condensed in the void. The divine intents of celestial immortals at the pinnacle of the return to void intermediate stage were all enveloped by some kind of divine light, as if they were gods who had descended into the mortal world. They were noble, powerful, and intimidating, and Lin could even sense a haughty aura emanating from their bodies. 5 heaven immortals, condensed with divine, will began to pounce toward Lin and the others. And Lin's opponent was a woman wielding a red ribbon. As soon as she pounced, she released dozens of ribbons, which wrapped around Lin. The red-colored silk was all-encompassing, with earth, wind, water, and fire appearing within it. It was either filled with a piercingly cold, murderous aura, or surrounded by condensed water. For a moment, Lin felt as if he was surrounded by a flawless killing formation, and he had no way to deal with it. However, he quickly realized that this was just an illusion. As long as he had enough strength, there was nothing that could not be broken. A golden lotus flower appeared on his forehead as he faced the oncoming red ribbon. A golden light revolved around his fist, which was imbued with the power of the earth, and he punched forward with all his might. The terrifying power of the golden fist tore the red ribbon into shreds. The woman turned pale with fright, and she waved her red ribbon in front of her. Rumble! The golden light crashed down in front of the woman and exploded. The woman hurtled back in retreat amid a sea of red shrapnel. Huh! She blocked it? Now, that's interesting. And Lin's eyes lit up. His previous opponents were far too unchallenging to him, as they were all insta-killed. This opponent was very powerful, and he could probably use it as a warm-up. The woman waved her slender arms, and as her lithe figure spun, a series of red ribbons suddenly soared into the sky. The ribbons revolved in the air, forming a series of sharp spiral spears. In that instant, a terrifying killing intent filled the entire space, as if the god of death had made his announcement. Blood silk killing spears. One spear after another was enshrouded in red energy, and it tore through the air before stabbing toward Lin with devastating force. Divine inspection technique. And Lin's eyes suddenly turned snowy white, and all of the spears slowed down. They didn't actually slow down. It was just that his consciousness was highly focused, so he was able to see everything clearly. The trajectories of the spears, as well as the flaws in their attacks, were all laid bare for all to see. And Lin's body moved like a ghost, and the red spears crashed into the ground one after another, but none of them were able to strike his body. And Lin took advantage of this opportunity to quickly close in on the woman. The celestial immortal's expression shifted upon seeing this, and she was just about to unleash a defensive spell technique. At this moment, and Lin's fingertips were already flashing with lightning. Lightning manipulation technique, lightning amplification technique. Not only did he draw upon return to void stage golden void lightning, but he also activated the lightning amplification technique. A thick bolt of golden lightning exploded in the air before instantly striking the woman's head. Boom! Terrifying lightning energy exploded, and destructive lightning power flowed through the woman's body, making her shudder and show signs of crumbling. At this moment, Lin had already appeared before her, and his golden fist fell upon her. An earth-shattering boom erupted, and the woman's body was pulverized. The battle finally drew to a conclusion. He turned toward the others to find that he was the first to finish his battle. Su Xiaolan wielded a long sword materialized from the holy vermilion flame, and she unleashed a series of dazzling sword slashes, quickly vanquishing the opposing celestial immortal. She was the second to pass the trial. Lu Qianhuan was next. She was still not using her sword. Instead, she was wielding her six-feathered staff, unleashing a series of powerful spell techniques that caught her opponent completely off guard. She sustained one wound after another before finally being blasted to death by golden light. Lu Qianhuan had reached level 87 last year, so Lin didn't have anything to worry about. He turned toward Su Qianyun and Xin Yuancheng. Both of them had only progressed to the half-step soul formation stage not long ago, so no matter how talented they were or how powerful their bloodlines were, they weren't all that powerful. As such, it was not going to be easy for them to win this battle. Su Qianyun's situation was slightly better than Big Brother Cheng's. Her movement techniques were extremely agile, and she was like a moon rabbit as she constantly leaped around on the ground. Her jet-black hair danced in the wind like a waterfall, and her fair and delicate little hands slashed out streaks of pure, white moonlight toward the enemy. Her opponent was a saber cultivator, and his attacks were peerlessly powerful. Each and every one of his attacks was powerful enough to split open a mountain. Unfortunately, his movement techniques weren't as fast as Su Qianyun's, so it looked like he was going to be worn down by Su Qianyun sooner or later. And Lin heaved a faint sigh of relief upon seeing this before turning toward Xin Yuancheng. However, his expression shifted slightly at the sight of Big Brother Cheng. He could see that Big Brother Cheng was already on the back foot. Big Brother Cheng's opponent was a powerful being who had cultivated his body to the extreme. His speed and power were both extremely fearsome, and he was relentlessly attacking Big Brother Cheng, not giving him any chance to catch his breath. Big Brother Cheng switched from offense to defense, and just as he was about to reach his limit, a cold light suddenly flashed through his eyes. Chapter 595. Looks like I have no choice but to use that technique. Xin Yuancheng was getting more and more exhausted as the battle progressed, and he could only heave a resigned sigh in the end. Even though he was at the half-step soul formation stage, he had never used the power of his domain in battle, as it was very easy for him to lose control of his domain. However, he was only one step away from the Hall of Fame. He was being forced into a corner by a return to Void Stage Celestial Immortal, and if he didn't use his domain now, he would most likely be defeated. The Celestial Immortal took advantage of a gap in his defenses and launched a punch toward Xin Yuancheng's opening. The force of the fist landing in the air was like a sound wave cannonball that shot out. A projection of a black and white fish suddenly appeared beneath Xin Yuancheng's feet. At the same time, his eyes were as calm as still water, as if they contained all things in this world, as a mystical power enshrouded his entire body. Boom! The fist was deflected. Before he could finish a sentence, Xin Yuancheng's expression shifted as he yelled, "Look out!" His voice had only just fallen when a resounding boom erupted. A terrifying explosion swept through the entire Immortal Spirit Tower as boundless flames, devastating shockwaves, and destructive power erupted at the same time, making the entire space feel as if doomsday had arrived. And Lin was prepared, but he was still blasted to the ground by the terrifying explosion. Su Xiaolan was quite sensitive to flames, and she was able to instantly summon her flames to protect her body, thereby allowing her to be the least affected and only be knocked back a few steps by the shockwaves. The flames dissipated. Xin Yuancheng coughed uncontrollably, and his white robe was in tatters. His long, flowing hair had been charred black, and his handsome face was as black as charcoal. Where was his divine intent opponent? He had already been reduced to ashes. Wah! An aggrieved wail sounded. Su Qianyun's blue dress had also been charred black and tattered. Her fair and delicate skin had been scorched red, and her intricate little face had also turned black. White smoke billowed out of her mouth as she screamed. Xian! Yuan! Lu Qianhuan had also been dealt a heavy blow. Her eyes were filled with rage as she glared at Xian Yuan Cheng with gritted teeth. Xian Yuan Cheng lowered his head in shame. I didn't control myself well. It's my fault. I'm sorry. He really didn't know that the spell technique would go out of control so quickly. The last time he sparred with Enlin, it clearly didn't go out of control so quickly. He was able to use the Tao of myriad spirit Tai Chi to divert most of the explosive energy during the explosion. But the others couldn't. Xian Yuan Cheng was very depressed. He did not know what had happened to him. He had actually comprehended a personal domain like the Tao. The combination of the myriad spirits and the explosion symbolized life and destruction, which was in line with the Taiji Tao. However, his explosions were more than 10,000 spirits. He had basically reached the point where he would explode when he was excited. Hopefully, he would be able to fix this flaw by the time he reached the soul formation stage. After the explosion, Su Qianyun immediately used a spell technique to conceal herself. She then used a body cleansing technique to clean herself and changed into a new set of clothes. Only then did she land the final blow on the divine intent being closest to Big Brother Cheng, who was on the brink of death from the explosion. All of them had passed the trial on the 80th level of the Immortal Spirit Tower. The students outside the Immortal Spirit Tower were already in an uproar as countless people discussed excitedly among themselves. Classmate Xian Yuan Cheng is so handsome, especially after he self-detonated. I'm extremely moved by his well-built muscles. A female student wore a starry-eyed expression. There were also some female students who had different opinions. How did my Adonis go from a handsome man to an explosive maniac? My Adonis. I can't accept this. A disappointed expression appeared on a male student's face. Why are Lu Qianhuan and Su Qianyun's clothes so good? Of course, there were also some students who were discussing cultivation. I felt like that melee combat immortal's fist technique was very compatible with my battle tyrant fist, and I was enlightened. There are so many supremely talented third-year students. Not only has Enlin made it into the Hall of Fame, but Su Xiaolan, Xian Yuan Cheng, and Su Qianyun have also made it into the Hall of Fame, and they're only in their third year. That's right. Wang Xuanzhan was so domineering back then, but he only made it into the Hall of Fame in his fourth year. They're way too powerful. Thank God we still have Lu Qianhuan. Otherwise, it would be a real tragedy for us to watch our juniors take on the trial. What do you guys think Lu Qianhuan will be able to pass this time? Within the Immortal Spirit Tower, Bai Zhong looked on at the 5 students with a weary expression. He didn't want to say anything more about the explosions just then, nor did he want to yell at them. Losing control again. If they were so bad ***, why didn't they just go to heaven and clear the Immortal Spirit Tower? Bai Zhong had a lot of pent-up anger in his heart, and he had repeatedly said that he wouldn't do it again. However, when he made a mistake, it was always someone else who would take the blame. Considering the fact that Su Qianyun clearly had the upper hand in her battle against the Divine Intent Combat Immortals, Bai Zhong couldn't be bothered to deal with her Divine Intent Combat Immortals anymore. After all, it was quite tiring for him to repeat the same words every time he had to scold someone. Furthermore, they no longer had a chance to influence one another in the trials after the 80th level. Bai Zhong didn't waste any more time with words as he brought out 18 number badges. First of all, congratulations on making it into the Hall of Fame of the university. Next, these are the entry badges for levels 81 to 98. Due to the limitations on the number of Divine Intent Combat Immortals, you can only choose 3 different levels, and you can't choose the same level as everyone else. Now you can choose a level, and I'll let you choose the next one after passing the trial." And Lin asked with a curious expression, "There are 99 levels in the Immortal Spirit Tower. Why isn't there a 99th level badge?" Bai Zhong harumphed coldly. "If you want to reach the 99th level, you have to pass the 98th level first. Ever since the Immortal Spirit Tower was first opened, no one has ever been able to pass the 98th level. Don't be too ambitious, young man." Bai Zhong couldn't help but start lecturing everyone again. Everyone knew that they only had 3 chances. Each time they passed, they would be rewarded handsomely. In fact, they might even receive recognition from the Divine Intent Combat Immortals and receive an inheritance of a battle spell technique. If they failed on their first attempt, they would be teleported out of the Immortal Spirit Tower. Wouldn't that be a waste of their next 2 chances? Su Qianyan timidly chose level 81, while Xianyuan Cheng also wanted to test the waters and chose level 82. Lu Qianhuan picked herself up from where she had fallen, and she resolutely chose the 87th level. Su Xiaolan paused momentarily before picking up the badge for level 86, and Lin immediately picked up the badge for level 92 without any hesitation. Bai Zhong pursed his lips at the sight of Lin's confident expression. "Then I wish you all the best." He waved a sleeve through the air as he spoke, teleporting everyone to different levels of the tower. Chapter 596. On the 92nd level of the Immortal Spirit Tower, rays of sunlight penetrated the barrier and fell into the pagoda. Outside the pagoda was a bright blue sky with white clouds, but inside the pagoda there was frost, and Lin looked at the gray-robed man 50 meters in front of him. His skin was pale, and his eyes were long and narrow. There was a cold, full moon floating behind him, and within the coldness, there was a hidden killing intent. And Lin could sense that this man's aura had already reached the return to void final stage. Clearly, he was a top-notch celestial immortal who had comprehended the divine Tao. A faint smile appeared on the man's face, and he nodded as he said in a rather feeble voice, "Hello! I didn't think that such a stunning prodigy would appear on the university. You've reached the soul formation intermediate stage in your time at the university, so it's no wonder that you're able to reach the 92nd level. I am Fang Yi, and I walk the path of the frost moon." And Lin faltered slightly upon hearing this. "You can talk." Fang Yi nodded. "I've already stepped onto my own Tao, so my divine will can also be infused with some of my Tao's true intent, and it has its own consciousness. This is also the reason why I am able to impart my combat inheritance to you. Unfortunately, this is not a method to achieve longevity. There will come a time when it will wither away. Greetings, Senior. I am Lin." And Lin bowed respectfully. Fang Yi smiled and nodded. "Very good. Then, little friend Lin, can we begin? As long as you defeat me and beat me to my heart's content, I can consider teaching you a move or 2. And Lin's face twitched slightly. They were still talking nicely just now. Why did the situation suddenly change? However, he didn't waste any more time. He stepped forward, and the power of his body of the war god began to emanate from his body. "Oh, this aura is so powerful, and it also has a kind of great perfection power." Fang Yi had a look of surprise on his face. He waved one hand, and the space within a radius of several hundred meters was suddenly filled with endless moonlight. The power of the moonlight was a faint white color. It was as if it had fused with the entire space and could not be dispelled by external forces. And Lin felt a bone-chilling cold spread throughout his body. The power carried by the moonlight was high and indistinct, but it followed like a shadow. And Lin knew that he couldn't sit still and wait for death. He stretched out his wings of wind and pounced on Fang Yi. However, just as Lin was about to make a move, a silver blade imbued with the power of death flashed through the air and struck his heart in the blink of an eye. Bang! That sharp light seemed to have hit something extremely hard, and it actually scattered like water. Fang Yi's expression changed, and the moon behind him shone brightly. However, at this moment, and Lin was already right in front of him. He activated his Earth Lotus Supreme skill to its fullest extent, and his fist was imbued with the power of the earth as he punched downward. Rumble! The golden ripples vibrated, and even the air began to distort. Fang Yi's barrier made of moonlight was instantly shattered. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards, and Lin was astonished. Divine Intent battles could also throw up blood? Fang Yi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Lin in shock. You're very strong. Who would have thought that a freak like you would appear in the Celestial Court? I'm going to use my most powerful technique now. He suddenly made a strange, ancient seal with both hands as he spoke. The moon behind him suddenly split into 2, then into 4. It continued to split until the entire sky was filled with countless moons. A boundless chill surged through the air, suffocating everyone present. Divine Tao Technique, Myriad Frost Moon. And Lin drew a sharp intake of breath upon seeing this, and his legs turned to jelly. He had trypophobia. Just as the countless moons fell, a flame insignia appeared on Lin's forehead, and a flaming feather fluttered beside him. He drew a bow with one hand and pointed his other hand at Fang Yi. The demonic star flame, great holy flame, setting moon flame, and heavenly void flame began to converge to form a long arrow. This was a spell technique that combined the Crimson God arrow and the 4 divine flames with the full power of the wings of True Fire cultivation method. Boom, 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 and Lin's body was inundated by the boundless waves of moons. However, a Crimson God arrow with a head as bright as a star and a body as bright as the sun instantly pierced through the terrifying frosty moonlight. It left a trail in its wake before puncturing Fang Yi's heart. The moonlight dissipated, and Fang Yi stared at the hole in his heart with incredulity etched on his face. After a few seconds of silence, he came to his senses and murmured to himself, I lost? Moreover, he lost so cleanly? And Lin also appeared before him, and an even more incredulous scene unfolded. Even though Lin's clothes were in tatters, his most powerful spell technique didn't leave even the slightest mark on his skin, as he was completely defenseless. Gasp! Fang Yi drew a sharp intake of breath. What kind of body is this? And Lin looked at Fang Yi's punctured heart and his unstable body, but he didn't answer Fang Yi's question. Instead, he scratched his head. Does this count as my win? Fang Yi's lips twitched. Of course, you've won this battle. The Celestial Court will be even more glorious in the future with such an outstanding talent like you. You're too kind, Senior. And Lin spoke with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. That battle spell technique inheritance. Oh, I won't be giving you my battle spell technique. Fang Yi waved his hand, and Lin's expression faltered upon hearing this. Why? He had clearly defeated Fang Yi, and he had done it in such a clean and efficient manner. So why wasn't there any inheritance? It's like this. I'm saying that I only shared my battle spell technique inheritance with you after you defeated me. Fang Yi pointed to his chest and continued. But you ended the battle in an instant. I didn't even get a chance to get high before I was defeated. I was like a real man for 3 seconds. How was that satisfying? And Lin's body swayed slightly, and he almost threw up a mouthful of blood. His mouth gaped open as if he had misheard Lin. Too fast? Not satisfying? What kind of explanation was that? Wasn't this reason too fresh and out of the ordinary? Outside the Immortal Spirit Tower, all of the students who were observing Lin's battle were also dumbstruck. They could naturally hear the conversation between Fang Yi and Lin. Hence, the mighty image of a top-tier celestial immortal was beginning to crumble. Is that something a top-tier celestial immortal should say? What the hell? The prodigy of the school didn't receive the inheritance after challenging the 92nd level because it was too fast. I feel bad for classmate Lin for a minute. I want to vomit blood after hearing this reason. Looks like being too powerful isn't a good thing after all. The celestial immortal can't take it. Fong, he felt a little better upon seeing the dejected expression on Enlin's face. With such a powerful body and such fearsome spell techniques, why would Enlin need his inheritance? It would be a waste of time anyway. After all, it was more about quality than quantity. Through their battle, he could tell that Enlin's spell techniques were clearly more powerful. So why would he waste his energy on Enlin? He might as well save his energy for his future students. Of course, he couldn't say this out loud. Otherwise, as a return to Void Final Stage Celestial Immortal, he would be completely humiliated. Fong, he offered a comforting smile. Don't be disappointed, Mr. Enlin. You're very powerful, so you'll definitely receive a better inheritance in the future. I think you can challenge higher levels in the Immortal Spirit Tower, such as the 95th level, the 96th level. At this moment, Baizhong had already appeared before Enlin. Congratulations, student Enlin. You've successfully passed the 92nd level. Which level would you like to challenge next? He had also finished observing Enlin's battle, and he had a better understanding of Enlin's abilities. It was exactly because of this that the disdain in his heart completely vanished as he looked at Enlin with a hint of curiosity and anticipation in his eyes. I want to challenge the 98th level. Enlin replied without any hesitation. He felt like he was being too low-key. Why would he choose the 92nd level for no reason? He had worked so hard to defeat a small boss, only to receive no rewards. If that was the case, he might as well have chosen the most difficult level from the very beginning. Baizhong. All right. Chapter 597. Outside the Immortal Spirit Tower, all of the students erupted into an uproar upon hearing that Enlin was going to challenge level 98. My God, Enlin is going to level 98? How many years has it been since something like this happened? Even Wang Xuanzhan only managed to pass through level 93 before being forced to retreat at level 94. Now, Enlin is going to jump straight to level 98? Hee, got and defeated senior student Wang with a single finger. Will he have a problem challenging level 98? This is a battle that only happens once in 1,000 years. If he wins, he might be able to break the school record. To be able to witness the birth of a historic event on campus here, I feel that there is one more thing worth remembering in my life of cultivation on campus. Many of the students were getting a little excited upon hearing this as they stared at the white-robed figure on the screen with scorching light in their eyes. Of course, there were also some students who were spectating other battles. For example, a group of female students were watching Xian Yuan Cheng's battle with scorching light in their eyes, even though Xian Yuan Cheng wasn't battling. That's right, he wasn't battling yet. He was merely chatting. A beautiful female celestial immortal with a crimson whip in her hand was looking at the man before her with a speechless expression. She heaved a forlorn sigh. Have you said enough? Xian Yuan Cheng shook his head. No, Senior Shuyu. Can't you tell me how this immortal spirit tower works? You must be in a lot of pain, right? Shu Yu's face convulsed slightly. No, I'm very happy. How can you be happy? The divine intent that has been infused into the Tao realm basically has a wisp of your consciousness attached to it, which means that this divine intent is also you, Senior. Xian Yuan Cheng took a deep breath as a determined expression appeared on his face. I'm a cultivator of the Tao of myriad spirit Tai Chi, so you won't be able to fool me. Senior, you've been trapped in a tower for so long. Are you really happy with a life like this? I'm happy to be able to contribute to the celestial court, Shi replied. No, you're not happy. I can see the confusion in your eyes, Xian Yuan Cheng replied with conviction. Shu Yu, I really am. You're really not happy, Xian Yuan Cheng said seriously. Shu Yu, if it weren't for the fact that this student was handsome and that he was doing it for her own good, Shu Yu would have lashed him with her whip without a second word. So, what exactly do you want? Shu Yu said weakly. I'm quite knowledgeable about the Tao of all spirits. I can release you from purgatory, but I need your cooperation, Xian Yuancheng said seriously. Shu Yu's eyes darkened. Are you trying to kill me? Xian Yuancheng shook his head. That's not it. I'm just sending you out of this world so that you can truly be liberated and return to the myriad spirits to be reincarnated once more. You're different from the ancient sages below the 80th level. If your consciousness remains here, you won't be able to truly enter the cycle of reincarnation. Shu Yu rolled her eyes. So, you're King, trying to destroy me. Xian Yuancheng smiled and said, Isn't it good to start a new life? A life where you can find happiness. A life where you can experience the beauty of all things. Sunlight streamed into the tower from outside, shining upon Xian Yuancheng's exquisitely handsome features. His eyes were as dazzling as the stars in the sky, and his smile was as mesmerizing as the warm spring sun. That instant smile was so beautiful that it made people want to keep it. Shu Yu was completely dumbstruck as she stared at the man before her. She had wanted to say that this man was King retarded. However, she couldn't bring herself to say that after seeing such a warm and sincere smile outside the Immortal Spirit Tower. All of the female fans screamed at the sight of this smile, and the coarse male voice could be heard among the screams. But I've already sworn a vow to survive in the Immortal Spirit Tower as a divine intent warrior. Shu Yu felt like her mind was in a mess. So what? I can still help you transcend as long as you cooperate with me. A warm smile appeared on Xian Yuancheng's face as he continued. I still think that it's unreasonable to leave the consciousness of an immortal here. Even though it would be of great help to the students of the Celestial Court, there are many better alternatives. Why sacrifice the happiness of so many revered celestial immortals? Shu Yu listened blankly. There was not a single hint of falsehood in the man's expression or tone. She knew that he was truly looking out for her. I'm very weak right now, so I can only do my best to help everyone find happiness. Yes, this is only happiness in the narrow sense of the word. But as long as you agree, as long as you want to do it, then I will do my best to help you. Perhaps this is a way for me to respect life. Xian Yuancheng's words struck Shu Yu's heart like a sledgehammer. How many years had it been since she had done nothing but fight? Aside from fighting, she could only stay on the 82nd level every day and look out at the blue sky and white clouds in the distance. To her, the world outside the Immortal Spirit Tower was a world that she could only dream of. Perhaps she would continue to fight like this forever. She would continue to fight like a machine, operating in a fixed pattern until the wisp of her consciousness could no longer be contained within her divine intent. Was she happy? For the sake of the Celestial Court, she felt like she had a responsibility. However, it was still the same question. Was she happy? There was a man standing before her, and instead of fighting, he was telling her that she was not happy. This man seemed to have changed her unchanging habit of fighting as soon as they met. Xian Yuancheng was like a ray of sunlight, bringing a different hue to her gray life. Do you want to be free? Do you want to start afresh? If you're tired of it, if you want to be free, I can help you. Xian Yuancheng extended a hand toward Shu Yu, the hand that gave her the courage to make a change. Tears welled up in Shu Yu's eyes as she stared blankly at the man before her. Was this what it felt like to be cared for by someone? How many years had it been? She was already dead, but she was once again experiencing what it felt like to be alive. A vibrant smile suddenly appeared on Shu Yu's face, and it was especially vibrant and enchanting under the sunlight. Xian Yuancheng, you're such an interesting man. If I were still alive, perhaps I would pursue you instead. The woman's voice was as gentle as a spring breeze, and it was tinged with a hint of affection. Xian Yuancheng faltered upon hearing this, and his hand froze on the spot, unsure of what to do. Was this a confession of love? How did things get to this point? How did things get so out of hand? Right at this moment, the woman's hand had already reached out toward Xian Yuancheng and gripped tightly onto his hand. She could feel the warmth emanating from the man before her, and it was a feeling that she could rely on him. Shu Yu took a deep breath as a vibrant smile appeared on her face. Xianyuan-cheng, help me. I want to start afresh. Chapter 598. Outside the Immortal Spirit Tower, countless eyes were staring intently at Xianyuan-cheng's screen. What could they do? This was simply far too unimaginable. Thus, after a series of cries of surprise, Xianyuan-cheng's battle screen instantly attracted everyone's attention. Oh, it couldn't really be called a battle screen as there was no battle at all. Holy F***CK. What the hell happened? Why is Xianyuan-cheng shaking hands with that woman? All of the students who had just turned their attention to Xianyuan-cheng's battle screen were dumbstruck. Could it be that what I'm watching is a fake trial? What the hell is with this friendly and harmonious scene? Does anyone know what exactly happened? Can you explain it to me? Many of the students who had just turned their attention to Xianyuan-cheng's battle screen were eager to find an explanation. However, the students who had witnessed the entire process were not in the mood to provide an explanation as they were also digesting what they had just seen. It took time for them to come to terms with something as inconceivable as this. Is Xianyuan-cheng really that badass SS? He can even touch the divine intent of a mighty figure. Congratulations to the male and female guests for successfully holding hands. They can go on their honeymoon now. A student quipped, "Wah, my Prince Charming, how could you do this? How could you choose her?" A female student's heart was shattered. Sigh, let's give them all our blessings. To be honest, why do I feel like Xianyuan-cheng's words make a lot of sense? I also sympathize with the mighty figures who have chosen to remain in the Immortal Spirit Tower. Even though they have sworn vows, I think we should give them a chance to leave. Many students chimed in with their sentiments upon hearing this. Of course, there were also some students who had different opinions and felt like they should consider things from the perspective of the Celestial Court. Within the Immortal Spirit Tower, Xianyuan-cheng was also a little dazed as he held onto Shu Yu's hand. However, he quickly came to his senses and released her hand with a warm smile on his face. "Senior Shu Yu, please circulate your cultivation method according to my instructions, and I'll separate your true intent of Tao from your divine intent." Shu Yu nodded lightly and stared at Xianyuan-cheng. At this moment, Bai Zhong, who had just sent the Restless and Lin to the 98th level, suddenly sensed something and focused his spiritual sense on the 82nd level. If he hadn't seen it, he wouldn't have known, but the moment he saw it, he nearly fainted. F***CK. Xianyuan-cheng wanted to send a mighty figure from the Immortal Spirit Tower to the afterlife. Most importantly, that powerful being didn't resist at all? What the hell was going on? Were all this batch of students so terrifying? Not only did he possess insane combat prowess, but he even wanted to send a mighty figure from the Immortal Spirit Tower to the afterlife. Bai Zhong was extremely flustered and exhausted. He didn't dare to make the decision. Even the vice principal of Yuhua couldn't make the decision. He looked at the expectant and yearning expression on Shu Yu's face and stopped himself from immediately stopping them. He chose to use the voice transmission talisman to contact the master of the Celestial Court, the Celestial Monarch. Perhaps only the Celestial Emperor was qualified to handle this matter. The voice transmission talisman was quickly connected. Bai Zhong relayed the general situation to the Celestial Darch, following which every second felt like a year. After about 10 seconds, a sigh of relief sounded from the other end of the voice transmission talisman. "Forget it, let's leave it to fate." The answer was very clear. It was telling Bai Zhong not to interfere in this matter and to let Xianyuan-cheng and Shu Yu handle it themselves. Shu Yu closed her eyes, and her entire body was enshrouded by a white light. A massive yin-yang diagram revolved incessantly on the ground, reversing the flow of all living beings. Xianyuan-cheng activated his Tao of myriad spirit Tai Chi to its fullest extent, and the power of his consciousness was also activated to its maximum extent as a burst of light imbued with the power of reversal flooded the surrounding space. Shu Yu felt as if her body had become very light, as if some kind of shackle had been broken. However, this kind of action was bound to result in backlash. Xianyuan Cheng's eyes were bloodshot, and blood was flowing from the corners of his lips. However, he was completely oblivious to this as he continued to maintain his spell technique. "Shu, you seem to have sensed something." And she opened her eyes, only to be greeted by the sight of Xianyuan Cheng unleashing his full power. Her heart jolted violently as an indescribable feeling welled up in her heart. "Xianyuan Cheng, don't say anything. Focus your mind." Xianyuan Cheng yelled this out in a loud voice. Shu Yu took a deep glance at Xianyuan Cheng before closing her eyes and continuing to activate her cultivation technique. Boom! The entire space on the 82nd level began to tremor violently. A vast and boundless power began to emanate forth. This power was soft but also ferocious, and it was as if a dragon were dancing in the air, creating a beautiful yet breathtaking sight. This was the true intent of Shu Yu's divine Tao. However, this power blossomed like fireworks, and the dazzling light only lasted for an extremely short instant before disappearing into thin air. An exquisitely beautiful celestial immortal landed in front of Xianyuan Cheng with tears in her eyes as she embraced the man before her tightly. "Thank you. Thank you so much." A smile finally appeared on Xianyuan Cheng's face as he sensed the woman's scorching emotions. He patted the woman's back with a hand that was trembling from overexertion. "I wish you happiness in the future, hero of the celestial court." Shu Yu closed her eyes as 2 streams of tears flowed down her cheeks. "I don't know if this is the right thing to do, but you were the one who illuminated the final moments of my life." The woman's body slowly dissipated into specks of light. An indistinct voice reverberated in Xianyuan Cheng's ears. "If there really is a next life, I hope I'll be able to meet you again." Xianyuan Cheng nodded with a smile as he stared at the slowly dissipating figure before collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. In order to break free from the binding of the vow, he had used up all of the power in his body, and he had even overexerted himself. Now he had reached his limit and couldn't hold on any longer. Shu Yu left. Xianyuan Cheng's vision darkened as he completely fainted. A few seconds later, a white mist materialized. Baizhong appeared before Xianyuan Cheng and looked down at the man on the ground with a complex expression. Even now, he was still unable to understand what the man before him was doing. However, after hearing Shu Yu's words, he began to understand some things. "Sigh, they're still sentient beings after all. I've overlooked their true feelings. Perhaps what you're doing really is the right thing." Baizhong heaved a forlorn sigh before waving a sleeve to teleport Xianyuan Cheng's body out of the tower. Then he muttered in a low voice, "What kind of monsters are these? This won't do. I have to go and see the others. I hope they don't cause any more trouble for me." Meanwhile, outside the Immortal Spirit Tower, several thousand students felt like they had just watched a blockbuster movie, and all of them were feeling a little dazed and dreamy. Xianyuan Cheng freed a celestial immortal? He's actually able to pull off such a flashy move? This is probably the first time something like this has happened since the opening of the Immortal Spirit Tower, right? As expected of the most exceptional prodigy of the Celestial Court. This is going to go down in the history books. That's so touching. I'm rooting for this Chinyu couple. Tui, Xianyuan Cheng is mine. Xianyuan Cheng was also forced to stop on the 82nd level because of this incident. What a pity that he lost all of his rewards and inheritances. There's too much of a difference in their thinking. You might think it's a pity, but Xianyuan Cheng doesn't think it's a pity at all. He had a smile on his face when he fainted. Hey look, Lu Qianhuan has already defeated the Celestial Immortal on the 87th level. Chapter 599. As a glorious guardian of the Forbidden Area, Baizhong's duty was to protect the Forbidden Area and maintain its normal operation, making it an inviolable sacred domain in the school. In the past, he had always been able to do his job very well. However, the Immortal Spirit Tower trial had been very unpredictable. The sheer power of Enlin and Su Xiaolan was proof that there was a major flaw in the Immortal Spirit Tower trial system. Xianyuan Cheng's act of releasing Shu Yu from purgatory was further proof that the Immortal Spirit Tower was far too lacking in humanized management. Bai Zhong's heart felt very tired. Then he felt a sense of bravery after knowing his shame. Perhaps he should look at these students with gratitude. These students were the ones who had pointed out the shortcomings of the Immortal Spirit Tower with the naked truth. Lu Qianhuan had already defeated her opponent on the 87th level and obtained the Celestial Immortal's star-shattering hand. Bai Zhong appeared before Lu Qianhuan and offered sincere congratulations. She was only at the half-step soul formation stage, but she had already passed level 87. This was definitely the first time in the history of the Immortal Spirit Tower that someone had done so, and this was a testament to how powerful this woman was. Lu Qianhuan pondered for a moment before choosing the 91st level. Bai Zhong didn't want to interfere, but he couldn't help but grimace at the sight of Lu Qianhuan's badge, and he began to persuade her patiently. He said that one should be down to earth when doing things and not bite off more than one can chew. It was already very impressive for a half-step soul formation cultivator to pass through level 87. From now on, the correct choice would be to continue going through the levels and obtain 2 more inheritances. However, Lu Qianhuan immediately waved her hands and told him not to meddle in the affairs of young people. Everyone was an individual with their own ideas and dreams. There was a generation gap between the elderly and the young. Too much interference would harm them, so it was better to let them make their own choices. The frog in the well cannot speak to the sea because it is confined to the void. The summer insect cannot speak to the ice because it is confined to the time. The song scholar cannot speak to the Tao because it is confined to the teachings. Senior Bai Zhong, I'm not insulting you. I just can't think of a better way to express my feelings. So I'm using this as a general explanation for the generation gap. Lu Qianhuan was still going on, and Bai Zhong was almost completely dumbstruck by her lecture. Was this a curse? This must be a curse, right? Shouldn't he be the one lecturing Lu Qianhuan? Why was it Lu Qianhuan lecturing him instead? I can't afford to offend them. I can't afford to offend them. None of these people are easy to deal with. Bai Zhong immediately teleported Lu Qianhuan to the 91st level, but he was still mulling over Lu Qianhuan's words. For some reason, he suddenly felt a little sad. On the 86th level, a pure white sword slashed through the void, slicing a man shrouded in black mist in half. Boundless holy vermilion flames of the holy vermilion bird were imbued within the sword projection, incinerating the void and reducing the body to ashes. Very good. Su Xiaolan, you have successfully defeated me. Next, I will give you the inheritance of the sky poison mist. A man's shadow appeared in the void again and said coldly. Su Xiaolan took a couple of steps back with a conflicted and awkward look on her face. Senior Ling Hujuan, see, can I refuse? Ling Hujuan's pupils contracted as an expression of incredulity appeared on his face. You're going to refuse my inheritance? Su Xiaolan nodded with a determined expression on her face. It's actually like this. My bloodline primarily revolves around fire and lightning, which are the bane of all sky poison mist. As such, there's no way for the 2 powers to fuse together. Even if I were to obtain the inheritance, it would be very difficult for me to master it. Ling Hujuan's body swayed slightly, and his heart suddenly throbbed with pain. That seemed to be the case, but he was a high and mighty celestial immortal in his past life. Countless people begged him for guidance, but now someone was rejecting his inheritance? Did he not care about his pride? Bai Zhong hurriedly appeared on the 86th level upon sensing the celestial immortal's violent emotional fluctuations. Congratulations to Su Xiaolan for passing the trial on the 86th level, Bai Zhong announced with a smile. Thank you. Senior Ling Hujuan, I'm really sorry. Su Xiaolan bowed in apology again. Bai Zhong wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead as he tried to smooth things over. You don't have any affinity with Senior Ling Hujuan, so there's nothing you can do about it. Senior Ling Hujuan is a magnanimous person, so he won't hold it against you. Ling Hujuan's expression eased slightly as he turned to Bai Zhong. I naturally won't hold it against you, my little friend. It's just that some people don't give their trial takers some sort of direction to choose from, right? What kind of trial is there? What kind of inheritance is there? And you can't even make such a simple match. Humph. Ling Hujuan's figure slowly disappeared, leaving behind a dumbstruck Bai Zhong. Was I being scolded? Bai Zhong felt as if he was about to throw up a mouthful of blood. So this was all his fault? He had wanted to give Su Xiaolan a good lecture, but he had no choice but to swallow his words now. An awkward smile appeared on Bai Zhong's face as he pulled out his badge. Now, you can choose the next level. Su Xiaolan looked at the badge and pondered for a moment before picking up the number 95. Bai Zhong's face convulsed, and he wanted to say something, but he stopped himself. Su Xiaolan was only at the soul formation initial stage, but Wang Xuanzhan was also at the soul formation initial stage. Even he was defeated on the 94th level. So how could Su Xiaolan be more powerful than Wang Xuanzhan? She still had 2 more chances, so why was she being so impulsive? In the end, he gave up on trying to dissuade her. So be it. Letting his student fail once and suffer some setbacks would also be beneficial to her growth. Su Xiaolan went to the 94th level. At this moment, Su Qianyan also successfully passed through the 81st level. Su Qianyan received the inheritance of the Swift Water Steps, and she was elated to see Bai Zhong choose the 83rd level. Bai Zhong was extremely relieved to see this, and he was almost moved to tears. He had finally met someone who was on the same wavelength as him. Su Qianyan really didn't have any ambitions or goals. All she wanted to do was collect inheritances in a safe and secure manner. Every inheritance she could obtain would be one more reward, and she would go as far as she could with a happy heart. She didn't even think about challenging levels that were too powerful. On the 91st level, sword intent swept through the entire space, and frost and snow covered the entire space. A celestial immortal wielded a jade-green longsword, and his sword projection rippled through the air in a peerlessly intricate manner, leaving a series of dazzling trajectories in the air. The Tao intent imbued within the sword projection was like dripping water piercing through rocks, and it even tore a series of cracks into the domain of extreme frost. Lu Qianhuan was completely suppressed. She held a frosty longsword that was materialized from water vapor in her hand, and she was completely unable to find an opportunity to retaliate in the face of the boundless jade-green sword projections. Exceptional sword immortal potential, ancient sword Tao physique, and perfected domain intent realm. Why aren't you at the soul formation stage? The man wielding the jade-green longsword turned his body, and the Tao intent of the water drop fell along with his longsword. The sword projection was imbued with terrifying penetrative power, and it instantly pierced through Lu Qianhuan's domain of extreme frost before striking her body. Lu Qianhuan's body tumbled to the ground as if she had been struck by a heavy blow, and she panted heavily. Then why don't you dare to take that final step? What kind of obsession has made you stop in your tracks? The man made his way toward Lu Qianhuan with a perplexed expression on his face. If you're going to fight, then fight. What's with all the nonsense? Lu Qianhuan gritted her teeth as she stood up and pointed her frosty longsword at the approaching man. Her slender figure stood tall and firm, and her aura was intimidating and frosty, as if she were a peerless divine sword herself. In the Tao of the sword, one can become an immortal through obsession. If you can't do that, then why don't you use your own sword to completely sever it? I'm sure you can do that as well, right? The man ignored Lu Qianhuan's scolding and spoke in an unhurried manner. Lu Qianhuan's body trembled upon hearing this, and she stood rooted to the spot in a daze. Sometimes, when one was lost in a daze, One sentence from someone with a discerning eye would be enough to wake them up. Perhaps she had thought of this method before, but her subconscious mind would automatically ignore it. But now a person had appeared, rudely parted the dark clouds above her head, and pointed out an extremely obvious path. She had no choice but to consider it. After a few seconds, a sweet smile appeared on Lu Qianhuan's face. "All right, since you've said that, then I'll make a breakthrough for you to see." Chapter 600. A faint smile appeared on the Sword Immortal's face as he sheathed his long sword behind his back. He stood silently nearby, not bothering Lu Qianhuan in the slightest. He was suave and elegant like a gentleman. Lu Qianhuan's bright purple eyes became as still as snow upon seeing this. In that instant, she discarded all her emotions and entered a state of absolute forgetfulness. Forget it all. Cut off everything. Forgetting is the best release. Boom! In an instant, the wind and clouds within a 10-mile radius changed, and dark clouds covered the entire sky. Outside the Immortal Spirit Tower, countless students stared up at the rippling screen with dumbstruck expressions. After Shenyuan Cheng, their classmate Lu Qianhuan had once again shocked them to the core. Rumble, bolts of lightning imbued with terrifying power erupted within the dark clouds, as if they were threatening to tear the heavens apart. So, classmate Lu Qianhuan is going to transcend her tribulation. Transcending her tribulation in the middle of battle? That's awesome, my goddess. I was just saying that Goddess Lu was being too aggressive and that it was unwise for her to choose such a high level. But now, it looks like she's going to make a breakthrough on the spot. I'm truly impressed. Lu Qianhuan's aptitude is truly exceptional. The scale of the lightning clouds this time is comparable to the scale of Enlin's tribulation transcendence. However, there's one thing that's different. The lightning in the sky is normal tribulation lightning, not golden void lightning. Just as the students were discussing spiritedly among themselves, Enlin, Su Qianyun, and Su Xiaolan also seemed to have sensed something, and they turned to look out the window with astonished expressions on their faces. Bai Zhongtsai was elated over Su Qianyun's breakthrough for a minute before he was greeted by the sight of the dark clouds outside. This aura, could it be that someone is transcending their tribulation? He unleashed his divine sense throughout heaven and earth, upon which his expression shifted. Oh, so Lu Qianhuan is transcending her tribulation? As expected of one of the most supremely talented prodigies of the university to be able to attain enlightenment in the midst of battle and take that final step. Congratulations. Bai Zhongtsai was quite elated when he suddenly realized something, and his expression shifted drastically. Holy F asterisk CK. She was making her breakthrough in the Immortal Spirit Tower. So the lightning tribulation was going to strike the Immortal Spirit Tower. Bai Zhong knew that once a cultivator entered the tribulation transcendent state, they must not be disturbed by external forces. Otherwise, the lightning tribulation would become increasingly violent. Rumble. An earth-shattering roar accompanied by an extremely dazzling flash of blue light. An extremely thick bolt of lightning was already hurtling toward Lu Qianhuan within the Immortal Spirit Tower, but it was kept at bay by the roof of the Immortal Spirit Tower, upon which countless bolts of lightning exploded forth. Rumble! Due to the obstruction, the lightning in the sky became even more violent and terrifying. What do I do? What do I do? Bai Zhong was so anxious that cold sweat trickled down his back. Lu Qianhuan's tribulation transcendence couldn't be interrupted or disturbed. However, if this continued, the lightning tribulation would be blocked, and the power of the lightning tribulation would become more and more terrifying. In the end, the terrifying tribulation lightning would blast a hole through the Immortal Spirit Tower, and Lu Qianhuan would be reduced to dust as she was unable to withstand the power of the tribulation lightning. Lu Qianhuan's eyelashes trembled lightly, and her face paled as if she had also realized this. Back when she took that final step, it was as if everything was going according to plan, and she didn't have to think too much about it. Now that she thought about it, She realized that she didn't seem to have the right timing, location, or the right people. Recklessly transcending a tribulation like this was far too irrational. Perhaps she really was going to be screwed. Bai Zhong immediately withdrew the defensive spell formations around the Immortal Spirit Tower, thereby removing all of the restrictions on Lu Qianhuan's power. This meant that Lu Qianhuan's power had returned to its original level, and she could use all of her treasures. However, this was still not enough to resolve the issue of the Tribulation Lightning. The Immortal Spirit Tower was a high-rank immortal tool, and it was constructed from an extremely sturdy material. If the Tribulation Lightning had already been enhanced to the point where it could pierce through the Immortal Spirit Tower, then how was Lu Qianhuan's body going to be able to withstand it? The male sword immortal's brows furrowed slightly as he slashed an extremely sharp sword projection toward the roof of the Immortal Spirit Tower. Boom! The sword projection exploded, only to find that it couldn't even pierce through the barrier between the 91st and 92nd levels. That made sense. He only had a wisp of his divine intent, so there was no way he could break through the high-rank immortal tool Immortal Spirit Tower. Bai Zhong, hurry up and come out, the male sword immortal suddenly yelled. A white-robed, elderly man hurriedly appeared with a voice transmission talisman in his hand. Kong Mohan, you knew that Lu Qianhuan was in the tower, so why didn't you stop her from making her breakthrough? Bai Zhong asked. Kong Mohan's face convulsed slightly as he confessed. I was the one who encouraged her to take the final step, as I couldn't bear to see such a good seedling being trapped by her obsession, Bai Zhong. So he wasn't trying to stop Lu Qianhuan. Instead, he was encouraging Lu Qianhuan to do this. Bai Zhong was extremely depressed. It was one thing for the trial takers to screw him over, but now they were even trying to screw him over with their divine intent? Kong Mohan was a renowned sword immortal across the entire continent, and he was also one of the most powerful sword immortal instructors. It looked like his occupational disease was acting up again, and he was unable to control himself. Let's not talk about that for now. Our top priority right now is to figure out how to help Lu Qianhuan overcome this ordeal, Kong Mohan urged in an urgent voice. Bai Zhong heaved a forlorn sigh. The Immortal Spirit Tower has already taken root here, so it can't be moved. Lu Qianhuan's lightning clouds have already taken shape, so she can't move them. Otherwise, she will suffer a backlash from the heavenly Tao. I've already told the Celestial Darch about this, and he's on his way here. We have no choice but to use brute force to disperse the lightning clouds. How could that be? No, that would affect her Tao foundation. If we forcibly disperse the lightning clouds, her next tribulation transcendence would be hundreds, even thousands of times more difficult. A remorseful expression appeared on Kong Mohan's face as he shook his head. A thought then seemed to occur to him, and he asked in a panicked voice, Then why don't we just break through this Immortal Spirit Tower? We can break through from the 99th level to here and open up a passageway. Bai Zhong shook his head in resignation. If we do that, the spirit-gathering energy of the Immortal Spirit Tower will disappear, and all of you will die. All of your divine intents will disappear as well. The Celestial Darch probably won't make that choice. Kong Mohan's body swayed slightly. It's all my fault. Lu Qianhuan seemed to have heard their conversation, and her heart stirred slightly. Boom! Another extremely thick bolt of lightning crashed into the top of the Immortal Spirit Tower, causing the entire tower to tremor violently. On the 98th level, and Lin felt as if he had completely recovered his strength, and he seemed to have understood something. He looked at his divine intents, then at the Immortal Spirit Tower, which had already deactivated its defensive formation, before finally turning his gaze outside the window. I'm sorry, Senior, but I have more important things to do. His body transformed into a cloud of white mist before flying out the window. The barrier around the Immortal Spirit Tower had been shattered by the realm-piercing nail, and he appeared outside the Immortal Spirit Tower atop his brick. This tribulation lightning. Is Lu Qianhuan about to make a breakthrough? He looked up at the increasingly fearsome tribulation lightning before flying toward the 91st level without any hesitation. A dazzling red light flashed past, and the barrier around the Immortal Spirit Tower was pierced through again. Bai Zhong and Kong Mohan were both given a fright upon seeing this. And Lin, why are you here? Bai Zhong was shocked. What are you trying to do? Kong Mohan asked in a cautious voice. Boom! At this moment, an extremely thick bolt of divine lightning fell from the sky with extremely terrifying might. And Lin pointed a finger up into the sky, and lightning flashed on his fingertip as he flicked it upward. The bolt of divine lightning suddenly curved before descending upon Lin like a water snake before crashing down upon Lu Qianhuan. A resounding boom erupted alongside the explosive power of the lightning. Lu Qianhuan let loose a muffled groan as her body was enshrouded by countless arcs of lightning, and her body swayed slightly. The lightning manipulation technique worked, and Lin heaved a sigh of relief. Why am I here? I'm here to help Lu Qianhuan transcend her tribulation, of course. Chapter 601. Within the Immortal Spirit Tower, Su Xiaolan and Su Qianyin had also ceased their battle. After recovering their strength, they also broke through the protective walls of the Immortal Spirit Tower before flying out through the windows. They were then greeted by the sight of Enlin drawing lightning toward Lu Qianhuan. Thousands of students also let loose cries of surprise. My God! Classmate Enlin can control tribulation lightning. Didn't you know? God and was able to control even the golden void lightning Kiran during his tribulation transcendence. So how could he have any problems controlling a normal bolt of divine lightning? I've only heard rumors in the past, so I didn't really believe them. Now that the truth is right before my eyes, I really have no choice but to believe it. The tamer of divine lightning truly lives up to his reputation. Phew! With Enlin around, Lu Qianhuan should be able to transcend her tribulation safely. That's right. I'm thinking that if we have Enlin to protect us when we transcend our tribulations in the future, wouldn't we be a lot safer? This is a godlike cheat for tribulation transcendence. Stop dreaming. This cheat is indeed real, but are you sure you can download it? Can't I do it with my beauty? Hee hee. Are you more beautiful than Goddess Su Xiaolan or Goddess Lu Qianhuan? Some of the male students couldn't bear to listen to this any longer. Meanwhile, within the Immortal Spirit Tower, Bai Zhong and Kong Mohan both stared blankly at Enlin. Was he controlling tribulation lightning just then? I'm not dreaming, am I? Bai Zhong felt as if he were hallucinating due to his old age. Boom! Another bolt of divine lightning fell, and Enlin pointed a finger toward Lu Qianhuan. The bolt of lightning crashed toward Lu Qianhuan's body like a series of scintillating lightning snakes, which continued to destroy and refine her body. This was a form of rebirth in the midst of destruction. A soul formation stage body had to be born from tribulation lightning. His name is Enlin, right? Who would have thought that such a supremely talented prodigy would appear in our celestial court? Kong Mohan stared at Enlin with a scorching light in his eyes. If it had been tens of thousands of years earlier, he would have definitely taken Enlin as his disciple. Furthermore, he wanted to take him in as his personal disciple and teach him everything he knew. Just the fact that he was able to face the lightning tribulation on his own was enough to win Kong Mohan over. Senior Lu, don't worry. I'm here, so don't worry. Up in the sky, the power of the heavenly lightning was becoming more and more terrifying, but Enlin's voice was extremely firm and steady. This was a promise. Lu Qianhuan's brows gradually relaxed as a hint of a smile appeared on her face. Yes, there was still Enlin outside. For some reason, Lu Qianhuan's heart began to relax. What she needed to do now was to circulate her mental cultivation method to temper her body, focus her mind, and stabilize and perfect her personal domain. That was all. There were a total of 49 bolts of tribulation lightning for soul formation stage cultivators, and Lu Qianhuan's tribulation, lightning, was quite normal. Aside from the fact that the immortal spirit tower was making it more powerful, there was nothing out of the ordinary about it. And Lin felt like at this rate, Lu Qianhuan still had a very good chance of successfully transcending her tribulation. Boom, boom, boom. The divine lightning continued to fall, and Lin used his lightning manipulation technique to deflect the bolts of lightning through the window before striking Lu Qianhuan. Everything was progressing in an orderly manner. In the air above the immortal spirit tower, spatial fluctuations proliferated forth, immediately following which a graceful man in a yellow robe with a subdued aura appeared. He took a glance at the surging lightning clouds in the sky before turning to Enlin, who was still controlling the tribulation lightning. He took a deep breath and murmured to himself, "He really can control tribulation lightning." This man was none other than the Celestial Arch. His appearance didn't attract anyone's attention. In reality, as long as he didn't want anyone to see him, no one would be able to notice his presence. "Looks like I won't have to do anything this time." A faint smile appeared on the Celestial Thearch's face, but he didn't leave. Instead, he looked on with interest at the scenes unfolding before him. Su Xiaolan and Su Qianyan stood on their flying sword some distance away to create a safe distance. Su Qianyan's dreamy blue eyes widened as she stared at Enlin with astonishment. Who would have thought that classmate Enlin would be able to control other people's tribulation lightning? I'll have to ask classmate Enlin for help when I transcend my tribulation in the future. She turned to Su Xiaolan with a cautious expression as she spoke. You don't mind, do you? Su Xiaolan couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sight of Su Qianyun's nervous expression. Why would I mind? We're all good friends, aren't we? Besides, he's nobody to me. So why are you asking for my opinion? A sheepish smile appeared on Su Qianyun's face. Because everyone says that you and classmate Enlin are Dao partners-to-be. Su Xiaolan's expression remained stoic, but there was a hint of a smile in her eyes. She was clearly not averse to being referred to as Dao partners-to-be. Bolts of divine lightning fell one after another, and Lin unleashed his lightning manipulation technique over and over again, and the tribulation lightning became more and more powerful. He was finally beginning to show signs of strain. A human's power wasn't limitless, and there was bound to be fatigue and overexertion after using the same spell technique too many times. Thankfully, the tribulation lightning was about to conclude. She had already transcended 40 of the 49 bolts of tribulation lightning. She had already completed her body refinement and divine focus, and she was also nearing the end of perfecting her domain. However, right at this moment, an extremely terrifying intent soared into the heavens. All living beings within a radius of over 50 kilometers were struck by a frosty sensation. Bai Zhong and Kong Mohan turned to Lu Qianhuan with astonishment on their faces. Even the Celestial Thearch's expression shifted upon seeing this. Kong Mohan was a little incredulous. The ancient sword Dao physique has been awakened. Lu Qianhuan suddenly opened her eyes at this moment, and her aura soared explosively. The true intent of the sword flashed through her purple eyes, making her appear as if she were a paramount sword lord. In that instant, the swords of the thousands of students outside the Immortal Spirit Tower began to ring in unison. Even the green longsword in Kong Mohan's hand began to tremble uncontrollably. Once the ancient sword Dao physique was unleashed, all swords would submit to it. Rumble, the lightning in the sky began to converge to form a lightning sword that threatened to slice apart heaven and earth. Is this sword tribulation lightning? Kong Mohan murmured to himself. Who would have thought that I would be witnessing a legendary tribulation lightning? Only supremely talented swordsmen can manifest divine lightning into swords during their tribulation transcendence. Kong Mohan was astonished, but the thousands of students outside the Immortal Spirit Tower weren't all that surprised. With Enlin's lightning Kirin in the past, it didn't make sense for a sword tribulation lightning to appear now. However, The sight of tens of thousands of swords submitting to Lu Qianhuan gave them quite a fright. Lu Qianhuan slowly rose to her feet, and her body was like an unsheathed divine sword. Lu Qianhuan slowly stood up, and her body was like an unsheathed divine sword, radiating a formless aura that no one could look directly at. She raised her head, and it was as if she could see through the mortal spirit tower to the lightning sword hanging in the sky. Whoosh! The lightning sword sprang into action, leaving a dazzling trail in its wake. It was as if a lightning dragon were tearing through the heavens as it flew toward Lu Qianhuan under Enlin's guidance. Boom! The lightning sword instantly punctured Enlin's chest amid a flash of dazzling light. Heaven and earth instantly fell deathly silent. Only the thunderous roar of a dragon could be heard, as well as the man who had been punctured by the lightning sword. Chapter 602. Enlin stared at the lightning sword in his chest with incredulity on his face. The lightning sword was imbued with peerless sharpness, and devastating lightning might spread throughout his entire body as destructive power proliferated outward. Did his lightning manipulation technique fail? No. It should be said that he didn't react in time. No matter where the divine lightning of tribulation lightning was drawn to, it would always be directed toward the person transcending the tribulation. However, right when the lightning sword was drawn toward the 91st level, it suddenly changed its target and stabbed toward Enlin. Everything had happened far too quickly, and Enlin was caught off guard and fell prey to the attack. Why did it strike me instead of Lu Qianhuan? It's not like I'm the one transcending the tribulation. Enlin was completely dumbstruck. Could it be that the divine lightning felt like its dignity had been challenged by his constant use of the lightning manipulation technique and decided to attack him? That didn't make any sense. If the divine lightning really was this emotional, he would have been struck countless times already. Enlin! Su Xiaolan let loose a cry of surprise at the sight of Enlin being struck by the lightning sword before immediately flying toward him. Su Qianyan followed closely behind Su Xiaolan. Even Xianyuan Cheng and Tang Ximen's expressions shifted drastically as they flew toward Enlin. Don't come any closer. I'm fine, get away from me. Enlin yelled in a loud voice. Everyone faltered upon hearing this. Only then did they notice that even though the lightning sword had punctured Enlin's skin, there didn't seem to be any serious injuries aside from a hole in his clothes and some charred skin. Hey, are you really fine? Su Xiaolan was a little concerned. I'm fine. Enlin shook his head. Aside from a little numbness, I'm really fine. He extended his hands and crushed the lightning sword in his chest as he spoke. Gasp! Everyone drew a sharp intake of breath upon seeing this. He could even withstand tribulation, lightning, for someone else without getting injured. How terrifying! Lu Qianhuan turned to look at Enlin, and a hint of emotion flashed through her indifferent eyes. She began to understand why the thunder trial had turned to Enlin. It had used the sword to violently cut off all obsessions, not only about her mother, but also about Enlin and the others. In particular, when Enlin was standing right before her, the lightning tribulation sword was even more severely affected by his presence. The lightning tribulation was the key to breaking through to the next realm. Naturally, it would eliminate all obstacles that would affect the breakthrough. What to do? Lu Qianhuan suddenly discovered that it wasn't that easy to part with these things. She still couldn't forget her mother. She couldn't forget Enlin and her friends, perhaps. When the last bolt of lightning fell, she would be able to sever all her obsessions with the power of the heavenly tribulation. But for some reason she was afraid. When she really had to face it, she had the thought of retreating. Rumble! The 42nd lightning bolt fell. The lightning sword lit up the sky. This time, Enlin was completely focused on using the lightning manipulation technique and didn't slack off in the slightest. The lightning sword was guided around the top of the pagoda. Sure enough, when it got close to him, the lightning sword suddenly changed direction and stabbed at him. Enlin was already prepared and he immediately adjusted his direction. Whoosh! The lightning sword was forcibly guided toward Lu Qianhuan. Lu Qianhuan was in the middle of activating her sword mantra, and the projection of an ancient sword enshrouded her entire body. The lightning sword crashed into her body and transformed into countless tiny arcs of lightning. The sword intent imbued with the heavenly Tao flowed through her body, bringing with it not only destruction, but also creation. Success! A gratified smile appeared on Lin's face. During a tribulation transcendence, absorbing the power of tribulation lightning was the most important step. Only by being reborn from destruction could one step onto the peerless Tao. If it weren't for this, Lin would have blocked all of the tribulation lightning for Lu Qianhuan a long time ago. Boom, 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 bolts of lightning fell one after another, and Lu Qianhuan's aura became more and more powerful. Following the awakening of her ancient sword Tao physique, her sword intent became boundlessly sharp and pierced through the heavens. Some of the students with lower cultivation bases felt their Tao hearts waver at the sight of this sword intent soaring into the sky. They even felt the urge to kneel down and worship her. After the 48th bolt of tribulation lightning fell, the rumbling of thunder in the sky had already died down, and Lin looked up at the sky with a solemn and expectant expression. This was the last bolt of tribulation lightning. An extremely terrifying power was accumulating, and the boundless sword intent tore the clouds in the sky in half. A white lightning sword tore through the heavens and descended upon the world. The lightning sword was over 100 feet long, and it was extremely dazzling, bathing the entire heaven and earth in a vast expanse of white. The energy imbued within the sword was extremely terrifying, and everyone felt a suffocating sense of oppression. Crack, crack. The space around the lightning sword seemed to be unable to withstand such terrifying power, and black cracks began to appear. This tribulation lightning is so powerful. And Lin stared up at the lightning sword in the sky with astonishment on his face. Even his body of the war god would most likely be wounded by this lightning strike, and Lu Qianhuan might not be able to withstand it. No, she definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. Furthermore, for some reason, using the lightning manipulation technique to control Lu Qianhuan's tribulation lightning wasn't as easy as controlling his own tribulation lightning. He could only control its direction, but he couldn't control its speed or its explosive power. This meant that its power would instantly engulf Lu Qianhuan. Kong Mohan also realized this, and his expression shifted drastically. No, the power of this tribulation lightning is far too terrifying. She won't be able to withstand it. Is it because the immortal spirit tower was able to withstand the tribulation lightning? Bai Zhong's expression was filled with disappointment, but he didn't know what to do. In the distance, the celestial arch also shook his head and heaved a forlorn sigh. It's not just because of the immortal spirit tower. The more supremely talented a being is, the more terrifying their tribulation lightning will be. Lu Qianhuan has awakened her ancient sword Tao physique, and her aptitude is astonishing, so it's only natural that her tribulation lightning would be terrifying. However, her foundation has yet to be perfected, and she has yet to completely let go of her obsession. Now that she's trying to use the power of the tribulation lightning to sever her obsession, this will only make the tribulation lightning even more fearsome. She's most likely going to die here. The celestial arch shook his head and sighed. If this were the initial stage of the tribulation lightning, he could still forcibly disperse the tribulation clouds and save Lu Qianhuan's life. However, the tribulation lightning had already reached its final stage, and even he couldn't interfere. Otherwise, he would suffer backlash from the heavenly Tao. Everyone else also wore nervous expressions on their faces. No matter how inexperienced they were all well aware of just how terrifying this tribulation lightning was. It didn't seem to be something that a human could withstand. Lu Qianhuan's features turned deathly pale as she sensed the terrifying power of the tribulation lightning. She thought back to her past. She loved her mother so much, and she had so many friends that she cherished. So why did she have to sever all of these emotions? One wrong step led to many wrong steps. Lu Qianhuan realized where she had gone wrong. She wasn't prepared to sever all of these emotions. She wasn't even prepared for this. So how could the tribulation lightning help her? Gale force winds howled as dark clouds surged. A white lightning sword hung high in the sky. Lu Qianhuan's body was no longer tall and straight. Instead, she was like a willow branch that was about to fall over. 2 streams of tears flowed down her beautiful cheeks, but she was completely unaware of them. She knew that she could also fear death, and she could also feel regret and reluctance. Boom! The white lightning sword was like a divine punishment as it descended from the heavens, creating the most dazzling light between heaven and earth. Lu Qianhuan raised her head to look out the window to find a terrifying energy approaching through the air. Her purple eyes were a little dull, but she caught sight of a man smiling at her with a determined and warm expression on his face. The lightning sword fell, but it pierced through the man's chest. Lu Qianhuan's lips parted slightly. In the end, she was unable to repress her emotions any longer, and an urgent cry escaped her lips. And Lin! Chapter 603. A dazzling white lightning sword imbued with boundless sword intent and the power to destroy space punctured Enlin's body. This was the only way that Enlin could think of to ensure Lu Qianhuan's survival. Previously, a bolt of tribulation lightning had struck his body before being pulverized by him. Thus, he could do the same thing this time and shift the target of the tribulation lightning to himself. It was quite clear that he had succeeded. The white lightning sword had successfully punctured his body, and the destructive power charred Enlin's chest black as he threw up a mouthful of blood. "Enlin!" Lu Qianhuan yelled. She tried to approach Enlin, but to her surprise, a burst of mighty power of heaven and earth suddenly descended upon her. Lu Qianhuan felt as if the paramount power had struck her body, and her body was instantly severely wounded as she threw up a mouthful of blood. "Don't worry about me. I'm fine." And Lin took a deep breath, and the power of his body of the war god was completely activated as his powerful body resisted and digested the terrifying lightning sword. At the same time, a burst of pure yang power imbued with peerless sword intent began to slowly flow into Enlin's sea of vital energy due to the suppression of his body of the war god. And Kirin raised his head to look up into the sky to find that white lightning had filled the entire sea of vital energy. Even the white vermilion bird had fled in fear. However, he fearlessly leaped into the air and opened his mouth with excitement as he pounced toward the boundless white lightning in his sea of vital energy. Clatter, clatter, and Kirin devoured the power of the white lightning sword to his heart's content within Enlin's sea of vital energy. At the same time, the massive lightning sword embedded in Enlin's chest began to shrink, and its power also began to wane. In the end, it was unable to hold on any longer and began to disintegrate into countless bolts of white lightning that enshrouded Enlin's entire body. Bai Zhong, Kong Mohan, Lu Qianhuan, and the thousands of students were all dumbstruck. Even the celestial Darch swallowed involuntarily. They saw an expression of bliss on Enlin's face. That's right, other than the painful expression on his face when he was struck by the sword, when he recovered and absorbed the power of the heavenly lightning, Enlin began to narrow his eyes. His body trembled slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled up faintly. He actually revealed a happy smile. Is Enlin enjoying himself? I think so. Could it be that you can laugh when you're in pain? I will. Hey, bro, you seem to have exposed something. As expected of the tamer of divine lightning. Only a man as ferocious as him would be able to manipulate and control divine lightning and reap bliss from its attacks. Does it feel good to be struck by lightning? I want to try too. The students looked at the man in the sky with awe and fanaticism. This scene would probably become one of the most profound memories of their school life. When Su Xiaolan saw this, she looked at Enlin with a complicated expression. She thought to herself, is he into this kind of thing? The dark clouds in the sky slowly dissipated, and a bright and beautiful light shone down from above, giving everyone a sense of relief. And Lin had also completely dispelled the lightning sword, and a white lightning cloak appeared around Kirin's body. A powerful sword intent surged through the air, and the little whale trembled uncontrollably in fear. What the hell is a cloak? Could it be that a cloak was equivalent to a set of clothes? And Lin was ecstatic upon seeing this. His condition for progressing to the soul formation final stage was to give Kirin a set of clothes, so a cloak counted as a set of clothes, right? He looked toward his system with an impatient expression, only to find that the system was completely dark and did not indicate that the mission had been completed. And Lin was quite disappointed. That didn't count. Boom! His sea of vital energy suddenly tremored. Immediately afterward, and Kirin gave him some kind of feedback that improved his understanding of the Tao of Lightning. This feedback was related to the sword intent of lightning. To put it in simpler terms, he could now use the power of that white lightning sword. A smile blossomed on Lu Qianhuan's face upon seeing that Enlin was safe and sound. Her bright purple eyes regained their usual luster, making her appear even more alluring. Kacha! A crisp sound rang out. A crack suddenly appeared on the ancient sword silhouette that enveloped her. PFFF. Lu Qianhuan spat out a mouthful of blood, and Lin's expression changed as he yelled, Lu Qianhuan, are you all right? Kong Mohan, who was also a top-rate sword cultivator, seemed to have thought of something upon seeing Lu Qianhuan's state, and a grave expression appeared on his face. Crap! Her thunder tribulations were few, and her sword Tao insight had not been tempered by the thunder tribulations, so it was lacking. In other words, if she's unable to take advantage of this lightning tribulation to polish her sword Tao to perfection, then it'll be very difficult for her cultivation to improve in the future. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. They raised their heads and looked at the sky. The dark clouds had already dispersed. Where was the lightning tribulation? Could it be that this tribulation was destined to be a pity? Lu Qianhuan's expression was poignant, and the 2 tear stains on her face evoked a sense of pity in everyone's hearts. However, a carefree smile appeared on her face upon hearing Kong Mohan's words, and she replied in a cheerful voice, It's all right. It's already a blessing that I'm still alive. I've already refined my soul formation stage body, and I still have over 10,000 years of lifespan left. What's there to be afraid of? Kacha! Countless cracks appeared on the ancient sword silhouette, and its bronze glow gradually dimmed. The once peerless sword intent was like a castle in the air, on the verge of collapse at any moment. Everyone felt their hearts wrench in their throats upon seeing this, and some of them couldn't even bear to watch. And Lin clenched his fists with an expression of indignation on his face. He suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and he took a deep breath before making another motion with his finger. Kacha! White lightning appeared in the air once again, and it was imbued with boundless sword intent. This was a sense of déjà vu. Lu Qianhuan turned toward Lin, and she was completely rooted to the spot. Not only her, but everyone also turned to look at Lin with shock, confusion, and excitement in their eyes. Are you willing to trust me? And Lin asked. Lu Qianhuan nodded with a dainty smile. Yes, then why don't we give it a try? And Lin waved a hand, and white lightning materialized into a lightning sword from which supreme sword intent surged forth. All right, I'll do as you say. Lu Qianhuan didn't know why, but she had absolute trust in the man before her. It was as if this man was worthy of her trust, and this gave her a peculiar sense of security. Boom! The white lightning sword stabbed toward Lu Qianhuan. Lu Qianhuan activated her cultivation technique, and the sword intent around her body surged again. Boom! Lightning exploded, and the cracks on the ancient sword silhouette began to slowly mend. Everyone's heart jolted, and they almost yelled in excitement. It worked. The power that Enlin had unleashed this time came from Lu Qianhuan's heavenly tribulation. So the power of this lightning sword was extremely compatible with Lu Qianhuan. The fact that it could unleash the same effect as the tribulation lightning was quite surprising. But it's not enough. Enlin manipulated lightning again, and another white lightning sword stabbed toward Lu Qianhuan. Boom, boom, boom. Bolts of lightning exploded, and Lu Qianhuan's sword intent was gradually perfected. In the end, Lu Qianhuan's sword intent soared into the heavens before everyone's eyes. A sword intent that seemed to have come from a great transcendence resonated with all the swords in the world. This time it wasn't submission. Instead, it was the power of all the swords to follow Lu Qianhuan. Lu Qianhuan stepped lightly, and with each step, she stepped onto an extremely tiny projection of a celestial sword. Her body became a sword. Everything became a sword. Heaven and earth became a sword. The air she stepped on could also become a sword. Kong Mohan's body trembled with excitement. A true peerless sword immortal has finally been born. Lu Qianhuan stepped through the air and arrived before Enlin. The sharpness in her purple eyes had completely faded, and only her beautiful eyes remained. A light breeze blew past, and her long hair danced in the wind, tugging at one's heartstrings. Thank you, Enlin. Senior sister will reward you with a hug. She didn't wait for Enlin to speak before giving him a teasing smile. She then walked over to him and embraced him tightly. Enlin felt a fragrant scent waft past him, immediately following which a warm and soft body was pressed into his arms. He stood rooted to the spot, but he could still feel the scorching heat from her body as well as the hands that were wrapped tightly around his back. The man who had once needed her protection was now someone she could rely on. Lu Qianhuan closed her eyes and savored the sensation for a while before slowly releasing her arms and taking a few steps back. She looked at the still, dazed Enlin and tilted her head to the side with a faint smile. Her smile was exquisitely beautiful, and it was tinged with the pride of a sword immortal as well as a hint of intimacy and charm. She spoke again, "Thank you." Enlin came to his senses and waved his hands. "No need to thank me. It's what I should do." Nearby, Su Xiaolan's lips twitched imperceptibly. Chapter 604. Lu Qianhuan had finally transcended her tribulation, and all of the spectators heaved a collective sigh of relief. This type of tribulation transcendence had stimulated their adrenal glands, and the excitement and satisfaction it brought them was no less than watching a spectacular battle. As for the hug at the end, no one thought much of it. Su Xiaolan felt a little strange upon seeing this. She really wanted to grab Enlin and give him a good beating. She really wanted to ask him if he had a good time hugging her. However, after thinking about it for a moment, she realized that it wouldn't be very appropriate for her to do something like that in front of everyone. So she repressed the urge to give Enlin a good beating. Classmate Enlin is so awesome. He can even execute tribulation lightning on behalf of the heavens. Does that mean I can also get Enlin to strike me with tribulation lightning, thereby allowing me to progress to the soul formation initial stage? Su Qianyin blinked her dreamy eyes as her imagination ran wild. Su Xiaolan replied with a resigned expression, "That clearly won't work." Enlin must have absorbed a portion of Lu Qianhuan's tribulation lightning, and that's why he's able to send his tribulation lightning back to Lu Qianhuan. But who knows? What if his tribulation lightning works? How will we know if we don't try? Su Qianyin spoke in a mellow voice, but her expression was one of stubbornness. Su Xiaolan slapped a hand to her forehead and heaved a faint sigh. If this little girl insisted on being struck by tribulation lightning, then she couldn't do anything about it. Bai Zhong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This tribulation transcendence had given him a huge fright. One of the most talented students in the school had almost perished here. I almost made a huge mistake. Kong Mohan was the happiest person to see Lu Qianhuan transcend her tribulation safely. He was afraid that his reckless persuasion would result in the death of a supremely talented sword immortal. Thankfully, a man turned the tables and saved Lu Qianhuan. In any case, the final result was a positive one. A gratified smile appeared on Bai Zhong's face. "This trial has come to a successful conclusion," he faltered as he spoke. "Wait, what the F***CK is this over?" All of the trial takers had run out of the pagoda, and it was a complete mess. All of a sudden, Bai Zhong felt extremely stifled and exhausted. Lu Qianhuan raised her slender eyebrows at Enlin. Then, she turned and walked toward the 91st level. She waved her slender hand in the air and said in a sweet voice, "Let's go! The trial isn't over yet!" She made her way into the 91-level Immortal Spirit Tower as she spoke. Bai Zhong also played his role as the manager of the restricted area at this moment. "All trial takers, please return to your original floors. The trial will continue." And Lin looked behind him and found that Su Xiaolan was also looking at him. A faint smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. "Well done. Of course. Have you been conquered by my powerful and imposing figure?" After being praised, and Lin couldn't help but gloat. Su Xiaolan's heart sank. Was this person really that insensitive? She couldn't help but sneer. "Haha, just you wait when we get back." "Ha!" And Lin was dumbstruck, and a sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. "All right, time for the trial." Su Xiaolan flew toward the 95th level atop her dragon sparrow, soared with a disinterested expression. "Hee, classmate Lin, you have to help me transcend my tribulation in the future." Su Qianyin also waved goodbye with a sweet smile on her face. Help her transcend her tribulation? And Lin was a little dumbstruck, but they had already flown away, so he could only set this aside for now. He swallowed a blood spirit pill to replenish his energy before flying toward the 98th level. Speaking of which, his divine intent on that level took a very long time to materialize. He had waited for a long time, but it still hadn't materialized into a human form, so he didn't know if it had already materialized. As expected, the more badass a person was, the slower they would take to make an appearance. On the 91st level, Kong Mohan and Lu Qianhuan stood with their swords in their hands. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have tried to persuade you to sever your obsession to make a breakthrough." Kong Mohan bowed with an apologetic expression. A dainty smile appeared on Lu Qianhuan's face. "No, that was my fault. However, I'm very glad that I made the choice I made. After all, the outcome was very good, wasn't it?" This was a very good outcome. In the past, she had to sever her obsession in order to make a breakthrough, only to find that she was completely unable to do so. It was exactly because of Enlin's appearance that she was able to successfully make a breakthrough without giving up anything that was very precious to her. Perhaps her Tao heart would still be affected by her emotions, but it was still much better than a cold and emotionless sword immortal. Kong Mohan nodded with a relieved smile at the sight of Lu Qianhuan's powerful sword intent. "Then let's begin." "All right." Lu Qianhuan waved her frosty long sword through the air, and a colorless domain of extreme frost instantly proliferated outward. Her body was like an unsheathed, treasured sword, and the blue silk around her was like clouds and mist as it revolved around her delicate body. The terrifying sword intent emanating from her body caused the entire space around her to tremor uncontrollably. The vacuum extended all the way to Kong Mohan's body, and heaven and earth had already parted for her sword before it had even descended. Kong Mohan's pupils contracted upon seeing this, and he forcibly broke free from the domain of extreme frost before slashing a green sword projection toward Lu Qianhuan. Clang! A sound similar to jade colliding resounded. His green sword radiance was sliced in half by a blue afterimage. So fast! Kong Mohan hurriedly unleashed a movement technique to retreat at the sight of a figure charging toward him. only to find that his speed was becoming slower and slower, while the figure in front of him was becoming faster and faster. Domain of extreme frost. The closer the distance, the more powerful the spatial freezing power became. Whoosh! The sword projection descended with absolute frost sword intent, slicing Kong Mohan's body in half. Lu Qianhuan had already appeared behind Kong Mohan, and her blue and pink sailor dress fluttered in the wind as snowflakes danced in the air. She lowered her snowy white arm before twisting her wrist, and the frosty long sword in her hand transformed into a puddle of water that fell to the ground. She didn't even have to look at Kong Mohan behind her. How impressive! A gratified smile appeared on Kong Mohan's face as his body began to dissipate. I'm going to teach you the dripping sword technique now. Take this. A speck of green light fell into Lu Qianhuan's glabella. Lu Qianhuan stood silently. She possessed the ancient sword Dao physique, so she was able to quickly comprehend the true intent of the dripping sword technique. She bowed gratefully to Kong Mohan. Thank you, Senior. A satisfied smile appeared on Kong Mohan's face. It's your astonishing aptitude that makes me want to teach you everything I know. His body slowly dissipated, and his voice also became more and more feeble. In the end, he drifted away like a gust of wind. Bai Zhong appeared, and he looked at Lu Qianhuan with a forlorn expression before bringing out a bunch of badges. Lu Qianhuan, congratulations on passing the trial. You can choose another level now. Lu Qianhuan didn't even hesitate before picking up the number 97 badge. Bai Zhong faltered slightly upon seeing this. You've only just progressed to the soul formation initial stage. Why don't you reconsider? No matter how supremely talented you are, you still need time to improve. If you choose number 97, you really won't stand a chance. Heh, old man, you didn't even have a chance against me on the 91st level. Lu Qianhuan chuckled. Bai Zhong! Bai Zhong was struck by another indescribable sense of frustration. All right. Go ahead then. You won't be able to grow if you don't suffer some setbacks. Bai Zhong passed the number 97 to Lu Qianhuan. Strange, why did that sound so familiar? Bai Zhong's heart sank again. A faint smile appeared on Lu Qianhuan's face as she held the badge. And Lin was on the 98th level. She just wanted to get closer to him so that she wouldn't fall too far behind. Outside the Immortal Spirit Tower, several thousand students erupted into raucous cheers upon seeing Lu Qianhuan defeat Kong Mohan in such a short amount of time. Lu Qianhuan was the only fifth-year student representative left, so they naturally wanted her to do well. Do you guys think Lu Qianhuan will be able to break senior student Wang's record? There's still a chance. After all, Lu Qianhuan has already progressed to the soul formation stage. With her exceptional aptitude in the way of the sword, there really is a chance that she can pass the trial on the 93rd level. This, however, everyone was unable to react to the scenes unfolding on the screen before erupting into an uproar. My God! Lu Qianhuan chose the 97th level. How long has it been since anyone broke the record on the 97th level? It's probably been over 10,000 years, right? Sigh, she's still too impulsive. Wang Xuanzhan was extremely talented, but he was still defeated on the 93rd level. Isn't she just throwing her life away? Many students wore wistful expressions on their faces. They were hoping that Lu Qianhuan would be able to break the previous record. But who would have thought that Lu Qianhuan would choose the impossible level? The celestial Dharch clicked his tongue in wonder as he observed from the shadows. And Lin is indeed quite powerful, but he's a little too popular. No, I have to tell little Z to be more careful and not fall for him. Chapter 605. Su Qianyin defeated her opponent on the 83rd level and received the inheritance of the immortal Wrath Fire Lotus. In fact, she was not picky about this kind of inheritance that did not match her style at all and accepted it without hesitation. Furthermore, the immortal was more than happy to give her the inheritance. There was no other reason than that she was simply too beautiful. It had been a long time since he had met such a beautiful woman, so he naturally had to take good care of her. Immediately afterward, Su Qianyan happily chose the 84th level. Bai Zhong felt like Su Qianyan was the most adorable among all of them. Not only was she extremely adorable, but her personality was also super adorable. She was super worry-free. As such, Bai Zhong was full of praise for Su Qianyan. Among all of the trial takers, Su Qianyan was the first to receive praise from him. As for Su Xiaolan, she was engaged in a tough battle on the 95th level. In the end, the enraged cry of a vermilion bird erupted into the heavens. The white holy vermilion flames instantly engulfed the 95th level. These flames were born from chaos, and they were imbued with the power to incinerate all things between heaven and earth, causing the space around them to twist and warp. The man with golden sigils all over his body unleashed a defensive spell technique as an indestructible golden dragon head projection enshrouded his entire body. Lightning snakes flashed under Su Xiaolan's feet, and her body pierced through the layers of flames like a sharp sword. She spread open her white wings, and she leaped into the air like a celestial maiden. An azure lightning dragon began to materialize into a divine sword exuding boundless dragon might, while a white vermilion bird materialized into a flaming long sword imbued with holy might. The two swords then combined as one, and an extremely fearsome energy fluctuation began to proliferate forth as a long sword imbued with the power of both the vermilion bird and the true dragon materialized in Su Xiaolan's hand. She wielded the dragon sparrow divine sword and slashed it down upon the dragon head projection barrier before her with devastating might. Boom! Flames and azure lightning exploded as an indescribable power swept through the entire space, almost breaking through the defensive spell formations around the immortal spirit tower and causing the entire tower to tremor violently. Su Xiaolan made her way toward the man within the sea of flames. Her features were a little pale, clearly having expended a lot of her energy to unleash that attack. The flames danced around her, making her appear as regal as a holy maiden of flames. Not far away from her, a terrible crack had appeared on the illusory golden dragon head of the heaven immortal. Blood flowed from his forehead, and his aura grew weaker and weaker. I never thought that I would encounter a wondrous woman who possesses both the bloodline of the vermilion bird and the bloodline of the true dragon. Looks like waiting here for over 1,000 years was worth it, said the man with a smile. A golden rune flashed in his hand. This is the power of the dragon rune. Are you interested? Su Xiaolan bowed with a smile. I really like this power. Thank you for giving it to me, Senior. Meanwhile, several thousand students outside the Immortal Spirit Tower were completely dumbfounded. God! She defeated a celestial immortal on the 95th level. I thought she was just like the other soul formation stage prodigies. I didn't expect her to break the school's unbroken record for 1,000 years. That last sword slash was too terrifying. I felt my heart palpitate just by watching it. That was the power that was weakened by 100 times. If it was the full power, how strong would it be? Amidst the exclamations of the students, some of them turned their gazes elsewhere. Su Xiaolan has already passed level 95. Do you think Goddess Lu will be able to pass level 97? It's very difficult. Lu Qianhuan had only just reached the soul formation stage, so she hadn't accumulated much experience yet. Back then, true Lord Erling had passed the 97th level as a soul formation intermediate stage cultivator, only to be stopped at the 98th level. That was already the highest record since the founding of the school. Lu Qianhuan has only just entered the soul formation stage, so she can't possibly compare to the god of war of the celestial court back in the day, can she? Among this group of students, Tang Shimin looked enviously at his friends in the upper echelons of the university. Previously, his goal was to pass the 80th floor and enter the University Hall of Fame. Now, these friends were already rushing to break the record. Ah, Why did he feel that his great dream had become a salted fish again? Bai Zhong felt a burning sensation on his face when he saw Su Xiaolan pass the 95th checkpoint. It took him a long time to calm his emotions before he appeared in front of Su Xiaolan again and took out a bunch of number tags. Su Xiaolan's brows furrowed slightly as she glanced at the number tags. Where's the number tag for the 97th level? It was taken by classmate Lu Qianhuan, Bai Zhong replied. A thoughtful expression appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. After a moment of silence, a faint smile appeared on her face. Then I'll take the 96th level. Bai Zhong nodded and handed over his number tag. He didn't want to say anything else now in case he got slapped in the face again. Meanwhile, on the 98th level, and Lin stared at the slowly materializing celestial immortal before him, and his entire body trembled involuntarily as he sensed the vast power surging within it. The aura exuded by this cultivation base was so powerful. This was the aura of a mighty figure at the pinnacle of the return to void final stage. This meant that the celestial immortal before him was most likely a return to void stage mighty figure who was already preparing for the Tao integration stage. And Lin felt as if he were facing the Dark Knight monarch and palace leader Qingli, and he was struck by a sense of oppression from the power of the divine Tao. He took a deep breath as he stared at his opponent with a scorching light in his eyes. The celestial immortal's body finally materialized, and an even more terrifying aura threatened to crush the space around him. He wore an elegant hat and a broad robe, and his eyes were as deep and tranquil as a lake. Black rings of wind revolved around his wrists, and his crimson eyes seemed to be imbued with the power of destruction. The most obvious thing about him was that his feet had left the ground, and he was standing on a vast expanse of darkness. The darkness looked like a round puddle of black water at first glance, but as Lin looked at it intently, the darkness grew larger and larger until it was like an abyss that was capable of sucking in all things, engulfing the entire heaven and earth. This was a power imbued with boundless darkness, striking fear into one's heart and making one feel as if they were about to fall into a bottomless abyss. "Ha, human!" The celestial immortal suddenly spoke in a voice that was pleasing to the ear. What kind of opening was this? And Lin blinked in confusion, but he still extended a respectful salute. Junior, and Lin pays his respects to Senior. "Do you know who I am?" The celestial immortal stared at Lin with an abyssal gaze, and Lin's heart jolted, but he still replied honestly, "I don't know." "Humph, you don't even know who I am. Who gave you the courage to challenge me?" The celestial immortal harumphed coldly as a bone-chilling aura emanated from his body, and Lin was just about to speak when the celestial immortal spoke first. "My name is Xing Tian, and I am the most powerful war god of the ancient celestial court. I once guarded the sinister spirit beast cesspool, and I have slain over 100 million savage beasts. I have even slain over a dozen return to void stage savage beasts with my own hands." And Lin was given a fright upon hearing this. Wasn't Xing Tian a monster with eyes on his chest and a mouth on his belly button? How could he be so handsome? He was completely different. "Senior Xing Tian, And Lin joined his fists in salute and was just about to speak. "Don't speak. Let me speak." Xing Tian waved a hand and cut off Lin's words. And Lin. Chapter 606. Xing Tian clasped his hands behind his back and stood tall and straight, giving him the demeanor of a powerful cultivator. "There are two types of people who have come here. The first type are those who admire me and want to see my face. They know that they will fail, but they still want to come here like moths flying into a flame. I will naturally let these talented youths return happily. The second type are those who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They hold on to a sliver of hope that they can defeat me, but they never thought that I, the war god Xing Tian, have never been defeated in my life. These people can only return in defeat in the end, without exception." And Lin couldn't help but ask, Then, Senior, you've never been defeated before, so how did you die? Xing Tian choked on his words, and his heroic aura also faltered. Why do you have so much to say? And Lin's lips twitched slightly as he grumbled internally, Big brother, you've always been the one with too much to say. I couldn't even get a word in before. Xing Tian then seemed to have detected Lin's disdainful expression, and he immediately replied, I've never been defeated in battle. That is the truth. As for why I died, it was because I lost to fate. And Lin, all right. You're the big boss, so you're always right. You've even said that you lost to fate. You might as well not have said anything at all. What? You don't believe me? Xing Tian sighed as ripples appeared in his deep eyes. A look of reminiscence appeared on his face. Fine, I'll tell you. Senior, should we still fight? Don't interrupt. Listen to me. And Lin. Back then, Emperor Changsheng of the Southern Celestial Court sent me to the southern part of the continent to exterminate the ant tribe in order to expand the territory of the Kingdom of the Nine States. I did succeed and drove the entire ant tribe to the southern part of the Abyss of Evil. Then I signed a contract with the Celestial Court to guard the demons of hell for the Celestial Court. However, when I went to the Ant Clan's continent to inspect the operation of the formation, I was ambushed by the 10,000 god-devouring ants formation jointly set up by 18 ant monarchs. In that battle, I killed over 1 billion ants, including 10 ant queens. In the end, I died of exhaustion. Xing Tian spoke slowly. When Lin heard this, he felt even more respect for the ant tribe. This kind of death could be considered heroic, so his attitude toward Xing Tian became much better. Then, Senior, aren't the ant tribe afraid of the Celestial Court's retaliation for publicly breaking the agreement? A melancholy expression appeared on Xing Tian's face, and he was just about to speak when he suddenly glared at Lin. Don't interrupt, listen to me. And Lin's favorability value decreased by 998. There was no way to continue this conversation. Didn't Xing Tian need others to agree or communicate with him? Was he reciting from a book? Xing Tian heaved a faint sigh. The ant tribe really isn't afraid of the Celestial Court's revenge. I've underestimated the ant tribe's determination to take revenge. Even if they lose the battle, they're going to retaliate and kill me, the leader of the southern invasion. Although I died of exhaustion back then, I still managed to escape from the 10,000 ants devouring formation with a strand of my broken soul and reported the news to the heavenly court. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the chance to speak with you here. Emperor Changsheng was enraged when he heard this news, and he led 100,000 heavenly soldiers to wipe out the ant tribe again, almost wiping them out. However, Emperor Changsheng didn't kill all of the ant tribe in the end. Otherwise, the Kingdom of the Nine States would have to face the invasion of the demons of hell. At that time, even more of our people would have perished. I have to say, the ant tribe's reproductive abilities are truly powerful. The scale of their population has already exceeded that of the past. I heard that they're trying to raise a new king. Dream on. However, all of the other tribes have been acting up recently. Regardless of whether it's the ant tribe, the snow maidens, or even the dragon court of the eastern seas, they seem to be plotting something. All of them are targeting the human race, so you have to be careful. And Lin was a little perplexed. Senior, how do you know so much about all of this? I told you to keep your mouth shut. Listen to me. Xing Tian's brows furrowed in a threatening manner. And Lin didn't want to continue this conversation. He wanted to fight. How do I know all of this? You probably don't know my status in the Celestial Court. Even after my death, there are still many immortals who come to converse with me. In the ancient Celestial Court, I was hailed as the immortal with the highest chance of successfully progressing to the Tao integration stage after the 5 emperors. I have reached the pinnacle in both the Tao of Abyss and the Tao of Slaughter. Sigh, it's a pity that I still lost to fate. Xing Tian shook his head and sighed with emotion. And Lin wanted to say something, but he had only just opened his mouth when Xing Tian immediately glared at him. It was as if he was telling him to keep his mouth shut. Listen to me. And Lin, it was so uncomfortable. What was the point of communicating like this? I know you're very curious about me. No, I'm not curious at all, really. You're very curious about why I'm so powerful. After all, you're the second type of person. You don't know how powerful I am, but you still want to challenge me and defeat me. You're the arrogant type, Xing Tian said in a slow voice, and Lin's lips twitched, but Xing Tian continued, Do you know who I've defeated? The Dark Wing Tribe's Red Knight Monarch, the sinister Spirit Beast Cesspool's Divine Bat Emperor, the chaotic skeleton monarch of the White Bone Realm. Xing Tian was happily recounting his glorious past when he turned to look at Enlin out of the corner of his eye, only to find that Enlin was listening to him with a dark expression, and his brows furrowed. What? You don't seem to like it? Are you unhappy with what I've said? Or do you think I'm just bragging? No, I'm just thinking, why is Senior Xing Tian telling me all of this? And Lin forced a smile. It's to show you how powerful I am, of course. Xing Tian spoke with a cold expression, but his expression was a little arrogant, and Lin's chest constricted, and he clenched his fists. A confident smile appeared on Xing Tian's face as he asked, Then, please tell me the truth. Are you afraid of battling me? Do you regret it? And Lin's flesh crawled upon hearing this. Holy F***CK. So you're F***king telling me all of this just to show me how powerful you are? I'm afraid, and I regret it. And Lin replied expressionlessly. A satisfied smile appeared on Xing Tian's face, and he was just about to speak when another stern voice sounded. Don't interrupt. Listen to me. And Lin spoke with a solemn expression. Xing Tian's expression faltered, and he was a little dumbstruck. Did something go wrong? Something felt off. I'm afraid of your endless bragging, and I regret wasting so much time listening to your bullsh***T. And Lin continued. Xing Tian was enraged upon hearing this. So, let's talk with our fists. And Lin stepped forward, and his battle intent surged like an ocean as the power of his body of the war god surged forth. Boom! Xing Tian was suddenly no longer enraged by Enlin's overwhelming battle intent, and he chortled with glee. All right, let's talk with our fists. I'll show you what it means to be the war god of the celestial court and an invincible legend. Chapter 607. Outside the Immortal Spirit Tower, thousands of students turned their eyes toward Enlin. There were very few spectators for the other three battles. The reason for this was that the legendary Enlin of the United University of Cultivation was about to battle the legendary war god of the Immortal Spirit Tower. This was destined to be a legendary battle, and Lin's power was undeniable, even though many people didn't think that Enlin would be able to pass the 98th level. Enlin was the most powerful prodigy in the entire university. In fact, he was a prodigy that only appeared once every 10,000 years. This was something that very few people would question. Perhaps some people would mock him, or perhaps others would give him all types of strange titles. However, in the hearts of the students of Xiuxian United University, Enlin was destined to be an insurmountable figure. He was a legendary figure that was worthy of being remembered after they graduated. Enlin's power level was unknown, but he was very powerful. Hence, his battle attracted almost everyone's attention. Bai Zhong, as well as the Celestial Darch, who had chosen to observe from the shadows, were all watching the battle in silence. On the 98th level of the Immortal Spirit Tower, Xing Tian stepped forward, and the black circle beneath his feet suddenly expanded to encompass the entire floor of the tower, creating a bottomless abyss that enshrouded Enlin within. Boom! An extremely terrifying burst of battle intent swept toward Enlin. The battle intent seemed to be able to crush the heavens, and it was even more powerful than Enlin's battle intent after activating his body of the war god. He was like a war god who had emerged from a sea of blood and corpses. At the same time, a boundless sense of plummeting assaulted in Lin's body, as if his entire body were about to be engulfed by the boundless darkness beneath his feet. This was the first time Lin had faced a powerful being at the return to Void Pinnacle Stage as a soul formation stage cultivator, and all of the cells in his body were trembling. This was the first time he had faced a powerful being of this caliber, and he was struck by a sense of dread due to the natural disparity in cultivation base, but he was also struck by the thrill of battling someone of a higher cultivation base. Xing Tian's eyes gradually turned dark, and his voice was soft and gentle, but it was imbued with boundless killing intent. The darkness on the ground is the domain of my Tao of the Abyss. If the weak were within the range of this domain, they would lose their will to fight due to the endless fear of the abyss, and eventually be devoured by the darkness. You're quite calm. Not bad. Xing Tian pointed a finger at Lin. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance to attack. Bring out your domain and attack me with all your might. I'll make you concede defeat wholeheartedly. I don't have a domain, and Lin said awkwardly. Hee, how can you not have a domain? Are you a false immortal? Xing Tian sneered. When Lin heard this, he sighed with emotion in his heart. He was right. Fine, I've already given you a chance. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Xing Tian didn't waste any more words. He clenched his fists tightly, and a monstrous killing intent swept out like a demon god in this world. A golden lotus appeared on Lin's forehead. He took a step forward and attacked first. His body tore through the air like a cannonball, and his fist was imbued with the vast power of the earth as it came crashing down toward Xing Tian's head. Xing Tian's expression was as calm as still water in the face of Lin's attack. His fist hurtled toward Lin at blinding speed, choosing to meet Lin's attack head-on. Boom! The golden power of the earth exploded forth, and the terrifying shockwaves even caused the abyss on the ground to tremor slightly. Xing Tian felt as if an extremely vast power was tearing through his entire body. He was then blasted flying by Lin right before everyone's astonished eyes, and his body crashed into the wall of the Immortal Spirit Tower. Gasp! Thousands of students drew a sharp intake of breath. So powerful, the battle that they were anticipating didn't take place. Instead, the legendary war god Xing Tian was blasted flying by a single punch from Lin. Gasp! And Lin also drew a sharp intake of breath. So weak, and Lin had heard Xing Tian boast about how powerful he was, so he didn't hold back at all. He had activated his body of the war god right from the get-go, but Xing Tian was blasted flying by a single punch. Xing Tian was also a little dumbstruck. Wasn't Lin really that powerful? He reflected on the power he had just unleashed and confirmed that Lin really was very powerful. He had underestimated Lin. Very good. Looks like you're not weak after all. You're worthy of my full power. Xing Tian dusted off his clothes before stepping into the darkness. His body suddenly flashed, and he appeared before Lin in the blink of an eye before unleashing an almighty fist. The golden lotus insignia on Lin's forehead flashed as his fist whistled through the air. Boom! Another fearsome collision erupted. This time, it was Lin's turn to be knocked back by the fearsome force. Xing Tian didn't stop there as he pounced toward Lin again. His fists left after-images in their wake, and each and every one of them was imbued with unstoppable force. And Lin didn't evade. Instead, he chose to meet Xing Tian's fists head-on. Boom, boom, boom. The fearsome collisions caused the tower to tremor violently, and the resulting shockwaves threatened to blast the ground into the air. Ha ha ha. This is how it feels. It's been a long time since I've fought like this. Xing Tian was getting more and more pumped up as he roared with glee. And Lin's initial success stage body of the war god was very powerful, but his punching power and technique were all inferior to Xing Tian's. In that instant, the seasoned Xing Tian was Lin's best boxing coach. The more he fought, the more exhilarated he became. Every punch landed on flesh. This was a battle between men. Thus, The two of them continued to exchange punches with one another. Sometimes, Enlin would land a punch on Xing Tian's muscular chest, while Xing Tian would land a punch on Enlin's handsome face. However, overall, Xing Tian had the upper hand, regardless of whether it was in terms of the fearsome power behind his punches or the number of times he struck Enlin. Outside the Immortal Spirit Tower, most of the students had also figured out what was going on. They were stunned by the intensity of the battle, but at the same time, all of them shook their heads and heaved forlorn sighs. Student Enlin is still on the back foot. He's probably going to be defeated soon. In any case, I have no regrets from this trip to the Immortal Spirit Tower. Not only did I reap a lot of rewards, but I was also fortunate enough to witness such an exhilarating battle. A male student exclaimed with excitement. Exhilarating? Why do I feel like it's a little boring to only use fists? A female student expressed a different opinion. That's because you don't understand. The male student rolled his eyes at her before turning his attention back to the rippling images. 15 minutes later, Enlin was still on the back foot, but he was still not defeated. The two of them were still locked in an intense brawl. Many of the students who were saying that Enlin was going to be defeated soon were blushing with confusion. Why wasn't he defeated yet? He had already endured over 100 F** punches. A student came to a sudden realization before letting loose a cry of surprise. Have you guys forgotten that God and once cultivated a type of black tortoise technique? Pete Ho. His words were like a wake-up call. Thus, all of the students turned to Enlin with even more admiration in their eyes. Thick skin was also a specialty. However, the celestial Darch was paying attention to Enlin. His eyes narrowed slightly. I can tell that even though Enlin's combat prowess can't compare to Xing Tian's, his fist techniques are slowly becoming more powerful. It's quite clear that this is a result of his combat prowess. What terrifying potential! Furthermore, his blood essence is extremely abundant, and even though he's been on the back foot for a long period of time, his body hasn't been severely impacted. It's quite clear that his stamina and defensive prowess are both exceptional. It looks like his divine body is quite powerful. It's really hard to say who will emerge victorious. Xing Tian, who was in the middle of the battle, also realized this problem. The more he fought, the more shocked he became. It was quite clear that this junior before him was extremely supremely talented and powerful. He wasn't an arrogant challenger like he had described him to be. Instead, he was an extremely powerful opponent. Ha ha ha. Very good, Enlin. You're not the first type of person who admires me, nor are you the second type of person who doesn't know his place. You're the third type of person who deserves to be my opponent. Xing Tian's battle intent soared to its peak, and his muscles bulged as a red aura enshrouded his entire body. He launched a fist toward Enlin with the power of a gargantuan mountain capable of pulverizing countless lives, sending violent shock waves surging through the entire space around him. Boom! Enlin's blood churned within his body, and the overwhelming power was too much for him to handle, sending him flying into the wall of the Immortal Spirit Tower, causing the spell formation to tremor violently. He had unleashed his Tao of Slaughter. Chapter 608. Red blood energy swirled around Xing Tian's body, making him look like a god of death who had walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Enlin felt his entire body being enveloped by an extremely terrifying, murderous aura, and his muscles involuntarily trembled. The bloody aura that was condensed from the slaughter of a myriad of living beings was so heavy that it even caused space to freeze. Xing Tian could be said to be the one who had the most blood on his hands in the celestial court. Because of this, he was able to cultivate the Abyss Tao and the Slaughter Tao to the extreme. Now he had finally displayed both of them at the same time. Xing Tian made a grabbing motion with one hand, and a crimson-black giant axe materialized in his hand. A boundless abyssal aura swept out along with the wailing of countless ghosts, making the entire world seem like a living hell. My next attack might kill you. His voice was like the proclamation of the Grim Reaper, and the crimson-black giant axe exploded with unprecedented bloodlust. In that instant, even the spectating students outside the Immortal Spirit Tower felt a chill run down their spines. This was the fear of death, and they felt as if they could die at any moment. And Lin knew that in terms of concept and the profoundness of the Tao, the move in front of him was probably the strongest he had ever seen. He didn't hold back any longer. His 4 divine fires appeared at the same time, forming a divine fire sword in front of him. Now that he was unable to use immortal weapons, he could only rely on his own power to materialize weapons if he wanted to use the 6 strikes of the war god. Without the spirit artifact essence, sword burial could not be used. He could only use the 100 swords, and Lin slashed at Xing Tian. In an instant, extremely sharp sword qi filled the entire space. 99 heavenly swords with terrifying power gathered in the air, turning into streaks of dazzling light that whistled toward Xing Tian. In the face of the countless celestial swords, Xing Tian's eyes remained unfazed. The black rings of wind around his wrists suddenly flew into the void and extended, forming a circular wind barrier in front of him. Boom, 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 a terrifying collision ensued. The heavenly sword collided with the ring of wind and was shattered by the ring of wind. Every time the 99 celestial swords clashed, the space would tremble. When the 90th heavenly sword struck, the ring of wind finally showed signs of collapsing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The remaining 9 celestial swords whistled through the air at the same time, their sharpness producing a series of sharp sounds in the void. At this moment, Xing Tian raised the gigantic axe in his hand and swung it down towards Enlin. In that instant, the blood axe split open the sky. The monstrous killing intent and the endless abyss dyed the world black and red. Before the 9 heavenly swords could even touch the edge of the giant axe, they were unable to withstand the terrifying power and dispersed. And Lin struck out with the final sword of his 100 swords. The flame sword formed from the 4 divine flames became the only different color in the crimson and black space. Rumble. The terrifying clash of energies caused the Immortal Spirit Tower to tremor violently. The power of the slaughtered Tao, the Abyss Tao, and the 6 strikes of the war god exploded at the same time. The space of the 98-story pagoda was blasted by the boundless energy, and cracks appeared on the protective barrier. Outside the Immortal Spirit Tower, Xing Tian and Enlin were no longer visible on the screen. The screen turned black, then red, and finally yellow, white, blue, and purple flames tore through the screen like sharp swords. Boom! A massive explosion erupted, and the huge ripple suddenly exploded into countless droplets of water. The screen exploded. Thousands of students were dumbstruck. The ripple was connected to the protective barrier of the Immortal Spirit Tower. So didn't its explosion mean that the protective barrier had also been destroyed? All of them seemed to have realized something, and they turned their eyes toward the Immortal Spirit Tower. Reddish-black energy suddenly erupted from the top of the Immortal Spirit Tower, creating a ring of energy that radiated outward in all directions. Xin Yuancheng, Tang Shimin, all the students, the protective barrier of the Immortal Spirit Tower has been broken, and Lin can only unleash 1% of his power. As expected, the cramped Immortal Spirit Tower can't contain someone like Enlin anymore. What's the result? I want to see the result. Where are the guardians of the restricted area? That's right. Hurry up and broadcast the footage. Why can't they handle something as simple as this? Some of the students yelled at the top of their lungs, and the crowd erupted into an uproar. As a loyal guardian of the restricted area, Bai Zhong was given quite a fright. He had thought that they would finally be able to take a break and that he would be able to rest. But who would have thought that the power of the battle would be so powerful that even the spell formation would be broken? Were they even human? They were only able to unleash 1% of their power, but they were still able to cause such a huge commotion. Why didn't they just die? Bai Zhong hurriedly went to repair the spell formation, and after that he set up a few more protective spell formations before departing. He was just about to continue spectating when he heard a burst of curses erupting from the bottom of the tower. Only then did he realize that the ripple had already disappeared. Bai Zhong had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure his cries of discontent as he flew over to repair the image. Only then did he continue to spectate the battle with an aggrieved expression. He was supposed to be a responsible guardian of the restricted area, so why did so many mishaps occur today? Why did he attract so much curses? Not only were the trial takers displeased with him, but even the spectating students were also displeased with him. Oh, now that he thought about it, it seemed like the mighty figures of the immortal spirit tower were also displeased with him, and the celestial Thearcha's voice was also tinged with displeasure. The more Bai Zhong thought about this, the more frustrated he became. What had he done wrong? Bai Zhong was so tired, and he really wanted to retire. On the 98th level of the immortal spirit tower, Xing Tian panted heavily as he stood on the ground, and the crimson-black axe in his hand was showing signs of crumbling. And Lin half knelt to the ground, using the 100 swords and divine flames at the same time had almost depleted all of his energy. Who would have thought that you would be able to withstand my attack, which was a fusion of the Tao of slaughter and abyss? You are indeed the most exceptional cultivator I have ever seen in the immortal spirit tower. However, this is the end of it. A hint of approval appeared on Xing Tian's face as he swung his giant axe toward Lin again. And Lin was unable to evade this attack as it was simply too fast and too powerful. An indescribably terrifying aura crashed into Lin's chest with no impediment. The power of slaughter and the power of engulfment tore at Lin's body relentlessly. And Lin was blasted into the wall of the immortal spirit tower, and his body was plastered tightly against the wall as the terrifying power ravaged his body. Heaven and earth were stained red and black again. All the students had their hearts in their throats at this moment. They were all a little disappointed to see Lin being struck by that attack without putting up any resistance. If they could, they would also like to witness Lin become the first student in history to pass level 98 of the immortal spirit tower. The energy gradually dissipated, and the figure that was plastered tightly against the wall slowly became visible. However, what appeared before everyone's eyes was not a collapsed figure, and Lin was still standing. He slowly made his way toward Xing Tian, and his footsteps were a little unsteady, but his body was still as firm as ever, as if he were an invincible god. Xing Tian took a deep breath as his voice was filled with incredulity. Impossible! How are you still able to stand after taking my full force attack head-on? Why, because he had thick skin, of course. Of course. And Lin wasn't going to give him that answer. He smiled faintly and looked at Xing Tian disdainfully. His voice was filled with confidence as he said in a clear voice, "Why? Because I am the war god." Chapter 609. Because you're the war god. Xing Tian, who was referred to as the war god of the ancient celestial court, faltered slightly before murmuring to himself, "That's right." And Lin replied with a serious expression, but he added in his heart, "I'm the man who owns the war god system." Ha ha ha. Xing Tian suddenly chortled with glee as boundless battle intent erupted from his body again. Only by remaining undefeated can one be called a war god. But you're going to be defeated by me. He made an ancient seal with his hands, and the dark abyss on the ground suddenly surged to form a shadow vortex. Abyssal gravity. Boom! An extremely terrifying gravitational force erupted from the darkness on the ground. And Lin felt as if his entire body was about to be sucked into the darkness as his muscles and bones creaked and creaked under the immense force. The gravitational force emanating from the abyss was extremely terrifying, but Lin was still standing. Xing Tian gripped his hand, and a crimson axe imbued with boundless killing intent materialized before flying toward Lin. And Lin drew lightning from his fingertips, and a bolt of golden void lightning imbued with the power to destroy space crashed toward Xing Tian's head. In the blink of an eye, Xing Tian's crimson axe pierced through space and struck the bolt of golden lightning. instantly shattering it before crashing down upon Lin. And Lin made no attempt to evade. In reality, he was unable to evade Xing Tian's attack in the face of the terrifying abyssal gravity. The crimson axe fell upon Lin's chest, and Lin made no attempt to parry it. Instead, he relied on his thick skin to unleash a fist upon Xing Tian's handsome face. Boom! And Lin was knocked flying by the crimson axe, and Xing Tian was also knocked back a few steps by Lin's fist. A fist imprint appeared on his face, and blood seeped from the corner of his lips. And Lin stood up again, panting heavily, but his eyes were extremely bright, and his battle intent was still as high as ever. Xing Tian's lips twitched, and he pounced toward Lin again as his crimson axe fell with an enraged roar. And Lin also transformed into a man of few words, and he swung his fist toward Xing Tian's handsome face with golden light revolving around it. Rumble! And Lin was knocked flying by the crimson axe again, and his body crashed into the wall of the immortal spirit tower like a cannonball, causing the spell formation to tremor violently. Xing Tian was also knocked dizzy by the punch and fell to the ground. "Why are you still slapping my face?" Xing Tian was both shocked and enraged as he rubbed his pretty face that was about to swell up, and Lin looked at him speechlessly. "It's none of your business where I hit you. F***CK." Xing Tian cursed as he swung his crimson axe toward Lin. In fact, after the two of them had gone through 2 earth-shattering battles, they had already run out of energy, so they could no longer unleash those earth-shattering spells. Xing Tian might have more energy left, but Lin's skin was thick. Just like that, the two of them began to fight hand-to-hand again. The battle scene was extremely tragic, and Lin was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. No matter how fierce the attack was, he could stand up again. Outside the immortal spirit tower, thousands of students were watching with rapt attention and passion. Some of them had even unconsciously clenched their fists as they stared at the indestructible figure on the screen with scorching reverence on their faces. Even a lazy bum like Tang Shimen's blood was boiling with excitement. Bai Zhong was also watching intently, and Lin's battle had truly struck a chord in his heart. That powerful physique, that unyielding battle intent. He had thought that Lin was biting off more than he could chew, but thinking back now, he couldn't help but feel ashamed. Just as everyone's attention was focused on the battle between the 2 war gods on the 84th level, Su Qianyan, who had already passed the trial, stood rooted to the spot with a blank expression. She pouted as she murmured to herself, "Huh? How am I supposed to get out of here? Where's that grandpa? What should I do now?" She looked around at the empty space around her, but there was nothing she could do. Her power had been restricted, so she was unable to break through the immortal spirit tower's protective barrier and could only remain trapped within. Su Qianyan heaved a forlorn sigh as she continued to stare blankly into space while grumbling to herself. "Achoo!" Bai Zhong suddenly sneezed. Is someone thinking about me?" He thought to himself with a perplexed expression before shaking that thought aside as he continued to watch the battle unfold on the 98th level with excitement and anticipation. The battle between Lin and Xing Tian had already progressed to the climax of melee combat. In order to conserve his energy, Xing Tian had even withdrawn his abyssal domain and crimson axe as he swung his fists toward Lin. This was a slap to the face. As for what vendetta he had against Lin, everyone could see that Xing Tian's face was now swollen like a pig's head. Thump, 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 bang, 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 clatter, clatter, clatter. Puff, 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 and Lin launched a fist toward Xing Tian's eye, while Xing Tian launched a fist toward Lin's face. Both of them stumbled back a few steps in a daze. Xing Tian felt like his vision was a little blurry, and he pointed at Lin with an enraged expression. "Aren't you going to slap my face? Why are you attacking my eye now?" And Lin shook his slightly dizzy head and replied with an apologetic expression. "You hit me in the eye? Sorry, I didn't notice." After saying that, he clenched his fist again and put on a punching posture. Again. Again. Xing Tian was a little flustered for some reason upon hearing this. He looked at Enlin with a serious expression, and he could sense the boundless battle intent emanating from Enlin's body. This was indeed the potential that a war god should possess. At this point, Xing Tian had no choice but to admit that Enlin really was a formidable foe. He turned to look at Enlin's handsome face again. It had been bashed so many times, but it still wasn't swollen. This wasn't fair. Why was Enlin still and scathed, even though his face had been disfigured? Xing Tian pointed at Enlin and asked in a cold voice, "What kind of constitution do you have? Could it be that you've received the inheritance of the Xianwu, or that you possess the bloodline of the Xianwu, or the Xianwu?" His words echoed the question in everyone's mind, and Lin's chest constricted upon hearing this, and he raised his head with a serious expression. "I have the body of the war god." Xing Tian's lips twitched. "Are you trying to fool me again? Is your obsession with the war god that strong?" And Lin replied with a resigned expression, "I'm not lying to you." No one believed the truth these days. All right, let's decide the final victor now. Xing Tian didn't waste any more words as he began to circulate all of his power. He knew that he couldn't drag this out any longer, and Lin's body was far more powerful than he had anticipated, and a battle of attrition was clearly not going to work. He had to use his most powerful attack to end this battle as quickly as possible. Crimson energy enshrouded his hands as an inky black spear appeared in his hands. Boundless abyssal aura erupted forth in a frenzy as the spear that was imbued with all of Xing Tian's power appeared. And Lin's heart jolted as an extremely powerful sense of impending doom swept through his entire body. Abyssal spear. Xing Tian stepped forward, and his body was as fast as lightning as the abyssal spear in his hand shot forth like a bolt of black lightning before instantly striking Enlin's chest. Enlin's fist was enshrouded with a golden light as he launched another punch toward Xing Tian's face. Crack! The black spear struck Enlin's chest, upon which an extremely sharp screeching sound erupted, as if it were trying to puncture his entire heart. At the same time, Enlin's golden fist also landed on Xing Tian's swollen face. Boom! Boundless, abyssal power of darkness once again filled the entire space. All of the students outside the Immortal Spirit Tower were greeted by the sight of a black screen. When the image appeared again, it was a scene of both of them lying on the ground. Who had won? Thousands of students' eyes widened, and they were so nervous that they forgot to breathe. Chapter 610. Deathly silence ensued outside the Immortal Spirit Tower. Everyone held their breath as they stared at the screen. Some students even had sweat on their palms. Bai Zhong poked his head out and concentrated on the battle on the 98th level. Under everyone's gaze, a figure moved. The thousands of students felt a wave of disappointment in their hearts because the figure that was slowly standing up was the war god of the ancient celestial court, Xing Tian. However, before they could be disappointed for long, another figure stood up. This scene caused some of the students to exclaim loudly, and Lin also stood up. Xing Tian wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth and looked at Lin's chest. There was a hole in his clothes, and a colorful light was flowing around where the abyss spear had pierced through. He was a little confused. "I can't even pierce through this? Is it really that terrifying?" The body of the war god won't be broken so easily. A smug smile appeared on Enlin's face. "It's my turn now." As he spoke, a golden lotus appeared on his forehead again, and he quickly rushed toward Xing Tian before launching a golden fist toward him. Damn it, what a fast speed! Xing Tian didn't have the time to dodge or block at all, and he was sent flying by Enlin's punch before rolling on the ground. Actually, it wasn't that Enlin was very fast, but rather that Xing Tian had almost exhausted all of his energy. He no longer had any energy left to dodge or counterattack. After Xing Tian was blasted to the ground, Enlin followed up with another attack. He rode on Xing Tian's body and suppressed his movements. His fists were shrouded in golden light as they continuously landed on Xing Tian's face that was no longer handsome. Boom, 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 waves of terrifying energy blasts caused space to tremble, accompanied by Xing Tian's miserable cries. The scene was extremely cruel. Outside the immortal spirit tower, everyone stared at the scenes unfolding before their eyes, unable to come to their senses for a long time. It was clearly Xing Tian who stood up first. But why did the battle instantly become one-sided? God, En's defenses are way too insane. Look at his body. There isn't even a single wound on it. How terrifying. Not only that, but his stamina is also very good. He can still use such a strong force even now. I think Lin is going to have a new nickname. Black Tortoise Sage? I think Taoist Priest Turtle can do it too. Make it easier to understand. Am I the only one who feels sorry for Xing Tian? What has become of his handsome face? Sigh. War God Xing Tian is indeed very powerful, but it's a pity that he met a freak. The celestial Dharch, who was observing from the shadows, couldn't help but rub his brows. That scene was so tragic that he couldn't bear to look at it. Xing Tian was the war god of a generation, after all. He was such a lofty existence, yet he was being pressed to the ground by Lin. Perhaps it was just as a certain student had said. Xing Tian was very strong, but he had met a freak, a player that couldn't be measured with common sense. Fist after fist landed on Xing Tian's head like a violent storm, causing him to feel waves of pain. He knew that he had lost. He no longer had the strength to fight back, nor did he have the strength to stand up again. He was too tired. Suddenly, he thought of how his defeat this time was so similar to the last time he was defeated. Both of them were exhausted. Was this fate? Rumble. A burst of golden light exploded, and Xing Tian's divine intent body could no longer hold on, and it began to slowly dissipate. And Lin stopped his attacks and panted heavily as he looked down at the man beneath him with an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry I've offended you, Senior Xing Tian." Xing Tian was just about to speak when a smile appeared on Lin's face again. "However, I've won this battle. Let's see if you can still flex now." Xing Tian. The words that Xing Tian was about to say died in his throat. There didn't seem to be any point in being polite to this be *starred. He had initially wanted to say that he had only won a wisp of his divine intent, so there was nothing to be smug about. However, he didn't say this in the end, because a loss was a loss. He, the war god Xing Tian, had never lost before, but he could afford to lose. "You've won. Your aptitude is the most powerful I've ever seen." Xing Tian thought about it for a moment before admitting with a smile, and Lin felt like it was time to compliment each other. You're not bad yourself. You should be proud of yourself for forcing me to this extent." Xing Tian. Could this be *starred have a proper conversation? He really wanted to beat him up. What to do? Sigh. It was a pity that Xing Tian had already lost the ability to fight. "Even though you've defeated me, you're not the war god yet, so don't get too cocky. If you want to become the war god of the Celestial Court, you'll have to defeat the current war god of the Celestial Court, true Lord Erling. You're still far from that." Xing Tian felt like he should put Lin down a little so that he wouldn't get too cocky. To his surprise, Lin didn't show any negative emotions upon hearing this. Instead, a smile appeared on his face. "Why should I compete with true Lord Erling for the war god title? I'm the war god to begin with." Xing Tian. I've never seen such a shameless person. And Lin heaved a faint sigh. "Why don't you believe me? That's right. The name of my divine body is too simple and violent. Sigh. I'll change my name in the future." Xing Tian didn't quite understand what Lin was muttering to himself. "By the way, Senior Xing Tian, where's your inheritance? What inheritance are you planning to give me?" And Lin asked expectantly. Xing Tian faltered slightly upon hearing this. Inheritance? He really didn't seem to have considered this question, as he had never thought that he would lose, and Lin's expression instantly darkened upon seeing Xing Tian's confused and contemplative expression. Don't tell me you don't want to give it to me. Are you not satisfied yet? It was already so intense and you're still not satisfied? What else do you want me to do? And Lin's voice rose significantly as he spoke. He recalled the fear of being dominated by a heartless immortal in the past. Not satisfied yet? The corners of Xing Tian's mouth twitched again. What the hell was going on in this student's head? Wasn't it obvious whether he was satisfied or not? He had already collapsed from exhaustion, and the last wisp of energy in his body had been sucked dry. So of course he was satisfied. Wait, he seemed to have gotten the wrong idea. That wasn't the problem now. Xing Tian cleared his throat. How about this? My divine intent is limited, so I can only teach you one spell technique from either the Tao of Slaughter or the Tao of Abyss. Which one do you want to learn? And Lin thought about it for a moment and realized that the Tao of Slaughter didn't seem to suit his gentlemanly demeanor. So he replied, Choose the Tao of Abyss. Xing Tian nodded. All right, seeing as you have such astonishing aptitude, I won't hold anything back. You can choose any one of the 3 most powerful spell techniques of the Tao of Abyss. The domain of fear of the abyss can affect the minds of living beings and drag them into a boundless abyss of fear. This is a type of spiritual attack. The gravity of the abyss can exert an extremely powerful gravitational force on all living beings within its area of effect. The flash spear of the abyss has extremely powerful offensive power. You should be familiar with all 3 spell techniques, so choose one. And Lin was indeed familiar with all 3, and he wanted all of them. Didn't he say he wasn't going to hold anything back? Why didn't he give all 3 of them to him? And Lin muttered to himself before seriously considering this option. The domain of fear of the abyss was similar to a spell technique that could intimidate weaker living beings. It was extremely effective against weaker living beings and was a great flexing tool. However, he felt like it was a little similar to his divine might technique, so he decided against it after that was the gravity of the abyss. If he used this spell technique, well, it would definitely be very powerful. As for the flash spear of the abyss, and Lin didn't lack powerful offensive spell techniques. I'll take the gravity of the abyss. And Lin pondered momentarily before making his choice. All right. Xing Tian pointed a finger at Lin's glabella, and the inheritance regarding the gravity of the abyss flowed into Lin's mind like a tidal wave. And Lin was ecstatic to receive the inheritance regarding the gravity of the abyss. Xing Tian's combat prowess was limited, so he was unable to unleash the true power of the gravity of the abyss. The gravity of the abyss was actually gravity. Powerful beings could even create a black hole that could engulf all things upon reaching the pinnacle. What a great spell technique! And Lin smacked his lips with satisfaction. Xing Tian was also quite smug upon seeing Lin's expression. Now you know how powerful the Tao of the Abyss is, right? And Lin nodded with gratitude. Thank you for your inheritance, Senior. And Lin will never forget it. All right, there's no need to be so polite. Work hard and drag Yan Jian down from his position as the war god of the celestial court as soon as possible. Xing Tian waved a hand, and Lin faltered slightly upon hearing this. Why? That way, the story of you defeating me will sound better. Otherwise, people will think that I lost to a brat who isn't even a war god. Xing Tian was quite honest about this matter. He didn't hide anything from Ling Xian, and Lin blinked with a solemn expression. Senior, I really am a war god. Xing Tian didn't understand why Lin was still flexing at a time like this. His body began to slowly dissipate before merging back into the immortal spirit tower. This battle finally drew to a conclusion with Xing Tian's defeat. Chapter 611. Within the rippling image, Xing Tian's body slowly dissipated before completely disappearing. There was only a handsome man in a flowing white robe standing in the image. All of the students were a little dazed as they stared blankly at the man, feeling like he was even more tall and powerful than before. And Lin really won? Am I dreaming? It looks like he really did win. Xing Tian lost. I know God and his bad asterisk SS, but he has once again given me a new level of respect for him. My God, this is a new record. God and has set a new record for the Immortal Spirit Tower trial. We are witnessing the rise of a new legend. This trial was definitely worth it. All of the students discussed among themselves with enthusiasm, and even Tang Shimin couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Perhaps I should set a higher target? Maybe I should try to pass level 81 next year? Tang Shimin suddenly suggested. Xianyuan Cheng turned to Tang Shimin and couldn't help but interject. Senior student Tang, you can set a higher target for your dreams. That way, you'll have more motivation. Is that so? I feel like my target is too high. If I can't achieve it anyway, I might as well not do it. Tang Shimin clearly had a different opinion. Then at least set Su Qianyin as your target. She passed level 84. So can't you set a target to pass level 84? Xianyuan Cheng suggested. I can't. Sister Su Qianyin has a true Yin body, exceptional aptitude, and she's already at the half-step soul formation stage. This target is a bit too high. Tang Shimin shook his head. Xianyuan Cheng was speechless upon hearing this. He felt like he had figured out why Tang Shimin was such a lazy bum. A thought suddenly occurred to him. Didn't Su Qianyin already pass level 84? Why is she still on level 84? Tang Shimin also turned to look at the rippling image. On level 84, the beautiful celestial maiden was standing silently on the spot with a resentful expression on her face. Could it be that the guardian of the restricted area has forgotten? To be honest, if you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten about it as well. Tang Shimin speculated. Xianyuan Cheng. I hate to admit it, but it's very likely that Senior Baizhong has forgotten about this. Baizhong appeared on the 98th level and looked at Enlin with a complicated expression. He tried to calm himself down and said with a smile, Congratulations, Enlin. You've successfully passed level 98 and broken the record of Xiaoxian United University. I'll announce your achievements to the entire university tomorrow. Fame is not important. I don't lack it. And Lin waved his hand indifferently. Baizhong. He cleared his throat and continued. Because you broke the record, the school will reward you with something very valuable. That reward is something that even I am envious of. And Lin waved his hand. That's not important. I don't lack money. I just want to ask, can you go up to the 99th floor now? After all, my goal is to break through this immortal spirit tower. Baizhong's heart convulsed. Why was this student so infuriating? You can, but the 99th floor is a little special. You can consume a pill to recover to your peak condition before proceeding with the challenge. I'll remove the restriction on your storage ring first, Baizhong suggested. And Lin felt like this was a very thoughtful suggestion. Even though he hadn't sustained any injuries during his battle against Xing Tian, he had expended all of his energy, so it was time for him to recover to his peak condition. He pulled out a blood spirit pill from his storage ring and swallowed it before beginning to meditate. Baizhong heaved a sigh of relief as he looked at Enlin meditating in silence, and an indescribable sense of elation welled up in his heart. After all, the Celestial Court had produced a top-notch prodigy. As a member of the Celestial Court, he was very happy to see such an exceptional student. Following the conclusion of this legendary battle, his heart also began to calm down as he thought of something else. That's right, there seemed to be 3 other trial takers in the middle of the trial. Baizhong suddenly came to his senses, and cold sweat began to pour down his face. He was the manager of the restricted area, and he had neglected them for so long. Baizhong immediately unleashed his divine sense, and his expression immediately shifted as he traveled through space to the 84th level. Why did you only get here now? Su Qianyin looked at Baizhong with a resentful expression. I thought I'd been abandoned. Baizhong hurriedly offered words of consolation. I'm sorry. I had some urgent business to take care of. What urgent business? Su Qinyan looked at Bai Zhong with a slightly frustrated expression. Well, Bai Zhong was a little conflicted. There were images of him and Su Qinyan on the rippling screen, and there were voices as well, so the other students were most likely aware of what had happened. If he were to lie through his teeth again, his reputation might really be ruined. Oh, wait, his reputation had already been ruined in order to spectate in Lin's battle. He had neglected all of the other trial takers. This was already a very serious king crime. Bai Zhong felt extremely depressed. He was a loyal manager of the restricted area, but his reputation had been ruined just like that. Ahem. The urgent business is... I was spectating the battle between Enlin and Xing Tian. As you know, their battle was very exciting. Tui. It's just that their battle was very dramatic and would affect the stability of the Immortal Spirit Tower. So I went to the 98th level to maintain order. Bai Zhong explained. Su Qianyan stared at Bai Zhong with her dreamy blue eyes, but her exquisite features remained completely expressionless. Bai Zhong was instantly struck by a sense of immense pressure. Su Qianyan fell silent for a moment before speaking. I had thought that you were a very responsible grandfather, but it looks like I was wrong. Crack. Bai Zhong felt as if he could hear his own heart shattering. What was it like to be looked down upon by a student that he admired? That feeling simply made him want to vomit blood. His body swayed slightly, as if he was about to collapse. All of the pent-up emotions that had been building up in his heart were about to explode. To think that you would forget everything else just to spectate Enlin's battle. You sure are an interesting grandfather. You're not a serious and old-fashioned person, but you're a person who would become engrossed in the things that you like. You're not bad at all. A faint smile appeared on Su Qianyan's face. The light of the sun shone down upon her flawless features, and her smile was extremely mesmerizing. Bai Zhong was dumbstruck once again. In that instant, he felt as if he had seen an angel. Engrossed in the things that he liked was very interesting. This was the first time that he had heard someone speak of his faults in such a manner. Furthermore, from the sincerity in her voice, there was no hint of deception or perfunctory expression on her face. Tears suddenly welled up in Bai Zhong's eyes. For some reason, his wounded and wronged heart was suddenly healed. Good child, I'll take you out. Bai Zhong's voice trembled slightly. All right. Su Qianyan nodded with a smile before asking, And Lin won that battle, right? Bai Zhong faltered slightly upon hearing this. How did you know? It's because he's so powerful. I'm sure he'll be able to do it. Can you tell me about his battle? Su Qianyan spoke in a mellow voice with a faint smile. What an adorable girl. Bai Zhong's heart melted at the sight of her. He nodded with a benevolent expression. All right. Come with me first, and I'll tell you everything. Chapter 612. Just as Bai Zhong was happily escorting Su Qianyan out of the tower and recounting the battle between Enlin and Xing Tian, Su Xiaolan half-knelt to the ground on the 96th level and panted heavily. She had already defeated the enlightened Dark River on the 96th level, but she had also sustained severe injuries and was on the brink of unconsciousness. As for why she hadn't fainted, that was because she wanted to witness Enlin's battle again. So she forced herself to stay conscious. Senior Bai Zhong, where are you? Hurry up and come out. Su Xiaolan yelled in an extremely impatient voice. However, everything around her was extremely quiet, as if she were standing in an empty tower. Su Xiaolan. She flicked a finger, and a stream of black liquid flowed over her fingertip before transforming into different forms. This was the Dark River spell technique that she had obtained from the enlightened Dark River on this level, and it was an extremely high-level water-type spell technique. This was quite a good reward for her. She had initially been in a good mood, and she was planning to witness Enlin's battle after she got out of the tower. However, she discovered that no one was here to escort her out. She stood on the 96th level in a daze and forced herself to stay conscious. Her good mood had been completely ruined. After escorting Su Qianyin out of the tower, Baizhong suddenly slapped his forehead as he recalled that there were still 2 other women remaining in the immortal spirit tower. Thank God he had discovered this in time. He hurriedly entered the immortal spirit tower again to fetch Su Xiaolan. After being healed by Su Qianyin, Baizhong was no longer as frustrated by Su Xiaolan's complaints. Instead, he admitted his mistake and apologized in an extremely sincere manner. Su Xiaolan was a little confused by Baizhong's reaction. Was this still the same old, long-winded old man? It couldn't be fake, could it? She was too embarrassed to say anything else, so she could only swallow a blood spirit pill before sitting down to meditate. The 97th floor was covered in frost. Sharp icicles floated in the air, emitting a dense chill. Even the void seemed to be frozen. A man in a suit of red armor with his features obscured appeared, and he stabbed a flaming spear through Lu Qianhuan's chest. The scorching heat emanating from the spear made it appear as if it were the sun. I still lost in the end. A hint of disappointment appeared on Lu Qianhuan's face. Don't be discouraged. You can be said to be the most monstrously talented student in the Celestial Court. Even Yang Jian might not have your potential back then. It's a pity that your realm has not stabilized yet. Otherwise, you might really be able to defeat me. The man retracted his spear. His voice was hoarse, but his tone was filled with admiration. A beautiful smile appeared on Lu Qianhuan's face, but there was a hint of melancholy in her voice. The most freakishly talented? That's because you haven't seen the battle above and the battle below. A puzzled expression appeared on the man's face. However, Lu Qianhuan had already slowly closed her eyes and fainted. Not long after, an old man appeared before Lu Qianhuan and hurriedly teleported her away using a spell technique. At this moment, Anlin was the only one left in the Immortal Spirit Tower. He had already broken all the records in the history of the Immortal Spirit Tower, and he was preparing to challenge the final level. The battle hadn't even begun yet, but news of Anlin breaking all the records in the Immortal Spirit Tower had already spread throughout the entire campus. As for the source of the news, it was naturally the gossipy fifth-year students who were spreading the news. Due to the fact that this was an extremely sensational event, the news spread very quickly, and in the end, almost everyone was aware of it. It was exactly because of this that many students wanted to go to the Immortal Spirit Tower to spectate the battle even though they were still in class. No **T. This was a battle that would go down in history. This was like an international superstar holding an extravagant concert in the mortal world. But the students were still in class. What were they supposed to do? Of course, many students couldn't resist the urge to skip class. Thus, while Anlin was still meditating, a steady stream of students began to gather around the Immortal Spirit Tower. Soon, there were over 10,000 people. Big Brother, the Sword Dao teacher wants us to demonstrate our swordsmanship in front of the class during the next class. Is it really okay for us to suddenly skip class now? Yao Xiu asked with a hint of unease. That's our idol's final battle. We can't miss it no matter what. Yao Mingxi replied with a determined expression. If the teacher asks, we'll just say that we suddenly attained enlightenment in the Tao of the Sword, so we went to find a place to digest our sword intent. You can do that. Yao Xiu's eyes widened as if she was seeing her big brother for the first time. But wouldn't it be too much of a coincidence for both of us to attain enlightenment at the same time? She suddenly became a little concerned. A faint smile appeared on Yao Mingxi's face. Are you stupid? I've attained enlightenment, so I have to explore a new Tao of the Sword. I need someone to feed me techniques, right? That person is you. Yao Xiu felt as if she had been enlightened. That's brilliant. What are you guys talking about? A voice suddenly sounded beside them. We're talking about how to lie to the teacher, brother. Yao Mingxi turned around, but his expression froze before he even had a chance to finish his sentence. Yao Xiu's body trembled in fright at the sight of the man beside her, and an expression of shock and horror appeared on her face. Teacher. That's right, the man beside her was none other than their Sword Dao teacher. Sword Immortal Dong Yi. Sword Immortal Dong Yi looked at the two of them with a hint of a smile on his face. What a coincidence. I was just about to come over and say hi to you too when I heard something terrible. Yao Xiao and Yao Mingxi's legs had turned to jelly, and their minds were in a complete mess. They couldn't even speak. F***CK. Lying to their teacher right in front of him? They were definitely screwed. Teacher, we were wrong. My sister and I will go back to class immediately. Yao Mingxi tried his best to calm his emotions before hurriedly apologizing to Yao Xiao. Hey, don't leave now that you're here. Sword Immortal Dong Yi waved his hand. The two of them paled. Don't leave now that you're here? Was he going to execute them on the spot? That class has already been changed to a self-study session, Sword Immortal Dong Yi said. Come and watch this battle with me. I also want to see my idol battle. Yao Mingxi and Yao Xiao were shocked again. There was too much information in the sentence, and they were completely dumbfounded. Who would have thought that their teacher would change the Sword Dao class to a self-study session just to spectate this battle? My God, he's a soulmate. Who would have thought that you were also a fan of Enlin, teacher? This is great. Yao Mingxi was overjoyed. It was as if he had found another soulmate. No, Enlin is not my idol. Sword Immortal Dong Yi shook his head. Yao Mingxi and Yao Xiao both faltered upon hearing this. My idol is that senior on the 99th level. An expression of yearning appeared on Sword Immortal Dong Yi's face. The scorching light in his eyes was something that the two of them had never seen before. It was the same light that they were looking at Enlin with. What kind of immortal could evoke such an expression on their teacher's face? No one had ever seen the immortal on the 99th level before, as no one had ever made it to the 99th level. However, their teacher knew of that immortal's identity, so that immortal had to have some sort of connection with their teacher. The two of them couldn't help but look forward to meeting that mysterious immortal. And Lin opened his eyes from his meditation and stretched his body. He held the number 99 that Bai Zhong had given him and stepped onto a territory that no one had ever set foot in before. He didn't know that his audience had already swelled to over 10,000 people. Not only were there students, but there were also teachers. Creak! The door opened, and Enlin stood rooted to the spot with a dumbstruck expression. He saw an opponent that was completely beyond his expectations. Chapter 613. And Lin was a little skeptical. How could this man be his opponent? This was a man with a head of long silver hair and a cold expression on his face. He wore a purplish golden robe and exuded a sense of calmness. It was as if everything between heaven and earth revolved around him. That's right, the man standing before Enlin was one of the 4 emperors of the celestial court aside from the celestial arch. Emperor Ziwei of the North. And Lin was a little dumbstruck. Why was his opponent on the 99th level Ziwei Emperor? He was a peerless expert who was known as the Master of the Stars, the Wanxiang Grandmaster. He was a master of all immortal spells and was known as the Grandmaster of Immortal Spells. A mighty figure like this was his opponent. What a joke! You, Senior, aren't you still alive? Why are you in the Immortal Spirit Tower? And Lin finally recovered from his shock and asked with incredulity. A warm smile appeared on Emperor Ziwei's face. Who told you that only dead immortals can serve as trial targets in the Immortal Spirit Tower? I can also split off a wisp of my divine intent to stay here. Of course, I have to give everyone a surprise on the final level. And Lin drew a sharp intake of breath. This wasn't AF * King surprise. This was AF * King shock. Emperor Ziwei extended a hand in a very amicable manner and made an inviting gesture. Let's cut to the chase, Enlin. I'm sure all of the students and teachers outside are looking forward to our battle, so let's begin. Begin? Was he really going to fight? And Lin was a little intimidated. After all, Emperor Ziwei was one of the most powerful beings in the celestial court. He was a Tao integration stage true god. Even on the Tai Chu continent, he would be a super bad *SS. The reason why the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas was so eager to nurture a Tao integration stage mighty figure was because they wanted to become one of the first-rate powers on the Tai Chu continent. Only by nurturing a Tao integration stage mighty figure would they have the right to speak on the Tai Chu continent. From this, one could see just how powerful a Tao integration stage mighty figure was. And now, Lin actually wanted to exchange blows with a powerhouse of this level. Don't you think he's a coward? Emperor Ziwei seemed to have read Lin's mind, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Don't worry, I'm just a wisp of divine intent. I'm not as scary as you think I am. You're just a wisp of divine sense, but my power is also suppressed by 100 times. The fact that he was placed on the last level of the Immortal Spirit Tower meant that he was no ordinary being. If he didn't hold back and accidentally killed him, who was he going to complain to? Why don't you get Senior by Zhong to remove the restriction on my power, and I'll fight you again? And Lin suggested in a low voice. Emperor Ziwei. Outside the Immortal Spirit Tower, everyone fell into a daze at the sight of the trial targets on the 99th level. A true god overseeing the 99th level. This was something that they had never anticipated before. Sword Immortal Dong Yi smiled and said, How is it? You didn't expect this, did you? I'm Master Ziwei's disciple, but I'm a good-for-nothing. I haven't even broken through to the return to void stage. I'm here to observe my master in action. Even though it's only a wisp of divine sense, the spell techniques imbued within it are extremely profound, and even I have benefited immensely from it. Yao Mingxi and Yao Xiu nodded blankly upon hearing this. They were so shocked that they were at a complete loss for words. Su Xiaolan, Xianyuan Cheng, Su Qianyan, and the others were also at a loss for words as they stared at the rippling screen in astonishment. It was quite clear that this final boss had given everyone quite a fright. He's going to fight a true god, Holy Mother of God, and a living true god at that. What's going on with Emperor Ziwei? Is he here to bully little kids? Holy *T, should we get away from here? I'm scared that I'll be killed by the shockwaves of the battle. This last level is completely a suicide question. What's the point of fighting? Emperor Ziwei was a mythical figure in the Celestial Court. He was a true divine emperor. Even a wisp of Emperor Ziwei's divine sense was unimaginably terrifying. In the eyes of everyone else, there wasn't much suspense in a battle of this caliber. In reality, Lin was also thinking the same thing. He was confident, but he really couldn't muster up any confidence against an opponent of this caliber. Ding dong! At this moment, a crisp chime sounded in his mind, and Lin was extremely familiar with this voice. If he had a choice, he would rather never hear this despicable voice again. However, in the end, he still succumbed to the system's tyrannical power and silently opened the system in his mind. Detected that the host has chickened out, hereby assigning the following special mission. Display the true colors of the war god frowny face, defeat Emperor Ziwei's divine sense, and rub it against the ground. Mission success. 1 special spell technique lottery ticket will be awarded. Mission failure. Host's clothes will be completely transparent for 1 year. Note, this mission cannot be declined. And Lin, display the true colors of the war god? So the system had already recognized him as the war god. Just thinking about it made him a little happy. Happy my ***s. How the F***ck could he be happy about this? What kind of F***king mission was this? Rub Emperor Ziwei against the ground? If the system was that bad **SS, why didn't it just ascend to the heavens? And that mission penalty. Host's clothes will be completely transparent for 1 year? That was F***king. Forced nude running. That had to be it. And Lin was so enraged that he couldn't help but burst into laughter. If he really failed this mission, he would be treated as a pervert. If that happened, he would have to find a cave to live with the Gundams, huh? Thinking about it that way, it seemed like the Gundams did have some good points. At the very least, they wouldn't despise him for being naked. Emperor Ziwei's eyes lit up at the sight of Enlin's sudden laughter. Mr. Enlin, have you finally thought things through? Let's begin. Enlin came to his senses, and his laughter faded as he stared directly at Emperor Ziwei. Are you sure you can't let me recover my strength before we battle? Emperor Ziwei shook his head with a smile. No, this is the rule of the Immortal Spirit Tower. I believe that Mr. Enlin is not a coward. Come. He had wanted to test out Enlin for a long time, and this was a perfect opportunity for him to do so. Boom! A sonic boom was heard, and Lin's body instantly broke through the sound barrier and appeared before Emperor Ziwei in the blink of an eye. He unleashed his Earth Lotus Supreme skill to its fullest extent, and his fist tore through the air, sweeping up gale force winds as it descended upon Enlin. A smile appeared on Emperor Ziwei's face. That's more like a battle! Enlin's fist crashed into Emperor Ziwei's face, upon which Emperor Ziwei's body dissipated like a cloud of purple mist. A figure then appeared beside Enlin, and a golden light flashed from his fingertip as he pointed a finger at the side of Enlin's waist. Great golden sun, divine finger! Boom! A terrifying power swept forth, and Enlin flew to the side as if he had been struck by a heavy blow. He repressed the discomfort in his body as he hovered in midair. He had already finished accumulating his lightning manipulation technique, and an extremely dazzling bolt of golden void lightning appeared before hurtling toward Emperor Ziwei with the help of the lightning amplification technique. The golden void lightning pierced through the air like a sharp golden sword, hurtling toward the purple-robed man's head. Purple void bridge. Emperor Ziwei also extended a finger, which glowed with a purple light. There was a purplish-black ball on his fingertip as he pointed a finger toward the golden void lightning. At the same time, another purplish-black ball appeared in front of Enlin. A sense of foreboding welled up in Enlin's heart. The golden void lightning struck the purplish-black ball in front of Emperor Ziwei's fingertip before suddenly disappearing. In the next instant, the golden void lightning reappeared from the purplish-black ball in front of Enlin before hurtling toward Enlin. Everything had happened far too quickly, and Enlin didn't even have time to unleash his lightning manipulation technique again. Boom! The terrifying golden void lightning struck Enlin's body, and the destructive power within it made him cry out in pain. His body tumbled to the ground as plumes of black smoke rose into the air. Never would he have thought that he would be struck by this type of lightning again after transcending his golden void lightning tribulation. A numbing sensation tore through his entire body, and if it weren't for his body of the war god, a gaping hole would have appeared in his body already. And Lin was a little dumbstruck. Even though he was mentally prepared, he didn't think that he would be unable to even touch Emperor Ziwei's body after just a few exchanges. Chapter 614. Outside the Immortal Spirit Tower, everyone else was a little disappointed to see Enlin being pummeled. After all, his opponent was a Tao integration stage true god, so it was only normal that he couldn't win. Su Xiaolan clenched her fists as she stared intently at the man on the screen with anticipation still shining in her eyes. She knew that Enlin's power definitely wasn't limited to this, and he still had many trump cards that he hadn't used yet. The Celestial Darch, who was observing from the shadows, was also getting a little more cautious. He wasn't looking at the rippling screen. Instead, he was observing the battle taking place inside the Immortal Spirit Tower. And Lin crawled up from the ground and stared intently at the man on the screen as he tried to come up with a plan. However, Emperor Ziwei wasn't going to let Lin sit there and think. He stepped forward, and countless black sword intents appeared within the tower before flying toward Enlin like a torrential downpour. The sword intents were simply too dense for Enlin to evade, so he could only rely on his powerful physical body to defend himself. However, his body caved in as soon as it came into contact with the sword intents, upon which he was slammed into the wall of the Immortal Spirit Tower. Immediately afterward, he was whipped into a pulp by the countless black sword intents. Boom, 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 boom. The spell formation around the immortal spirit tower tremored violently, and Baizhong hurriedly unleashed a spell technique to stabilize the spell formation. The protective spell formation was completely unsuitable for a battle of this caliber, so all he could do now was use his own power to stabilize the spell formation. This was the first time he had done something like this, and his old body really couldn't handle it. Oh, your skin is indeed frighteningly thick. It has already transcended beyond the realm of soul formation stage cultivators. Even returned to void stage mighty figures might not be able to match your defensive prowess. As expected of the patriarch of immortal spells, Emperor Ziwei didn't repeat any of his techniques. He let loose a cry of surprise as he gripped his hand, upon which a purple and golden hammer appeared in his hand. He immediately brought the hammer down upon Enlin, who was still plastered to the wall. Boom! The air twisted and warped as devastating energy swept forth, and Lin's body suddenly transformed into mist before disappearing on the spot. The power of the purple golden hammer crashed into the wall of the immortal spirit tower, and a violent explosion erupted, causing the entire tower to tremor slightly. Oh, interesting. This looks like Shou Yang's spell technique, right? An all-encompassing star chart flashed through Emperor Ziwei's eyes, which converged toward a certain spot in the air before making a grabbing motion. A golden cube enveloped a certain space, releasing a boundless suppressive force. And Lin's body was forced out, and a terrifying energy seal started to invade his entire body. Sealing technique? And Lin was startled. Before his power was completely suppressed, he spread open his wings of wind and condensed a four-colored divine flame in his hand. Streams of wind surrounded him as he charged toward the edge of the golden cube. His speed was extremely fast. As the divine flame sword fell, he instantly broke a hole in the golden cube and escaped. In the end, what greeted him was a fist that contained all 5 elements. Rumble! An earth-shattering force swept forth, and Enlin flew through the air like a cannonball before crashing into the wall of the immortal spirit tower again. This scene was so similar. At this moment, Enlin just wanted to shout, "Mother *******!" With such a terrifying gap in power, how could he press Ziwei into the ground and grind her? Keep on dreaming. It was Ziwei who was grinding him into the wall. Following that, countless attacks rained down, whipping the corpses on the walls. Outside the immortal spirit tower, all of the students looked on at the ravaged Enlin with sympathy in their hearts. Some of the female students felt like this was far too cruel, and they had even covered their eyes with their hands. He can't retaliate at all. I feel sorry for Godin. Only now do I realize how painful it is to have high defense, as you'll be tortured for a long time. I don't know why, but I'm so excited to see this. All of the male students silently backed away from the person who had just spoken, and Lin was feeling a little dizzy after being bombarded by one spell technique after another. He finally found a respite, but when he opened his eyes, he was shocked to find that he was preparing to unleash a powerful technique. Emperor Ziwei made an ancient seal with his hands as the projection of a star, disk, enshrouded the entire 99 levels. Countless stars revolved in the air as the terrifying power of the stars converged before Emperor Ziwei to form a palm imbued with boundless power of the stars. And Lin felt like he was looking at the entire universe at the sight of that palm. He almost pissed himself from fear. This was no joke. Holy F***CK. Was this AF** King invincible technique? Was Emperor Ziwei trying to kill him? Emperor Ziwei really was going to unleash a vicious attack this time. He wanted to see just how thick Enlin's skin was. Galactic immortal palm. He unleashed a palm toward Enlin, and heaven and earth instantly dimmed as countless stars shimmered in the night sky. The immortal palm imbued with an extremely terrifying power of stars crashed down upon Enlin's body, and it was as if the entire galaxy had fallen and the stars had been shattered as boundless power tore through the entire space. Boom! At this moment, countless stars exploded, and a terrifying force spread out, crashing into the entire sealed space. Crack! Bam! The defensive spell formation around the Immortal Spirit Tower was shattered again, and Baizhong was also knocked flying by the power of the explosion. The rippling image exploded once again, turning into a puddle of water that appeared in front of everyone. Baizhong was still injecting power into the spell formation to stabilize it, but it was still blasted apart by that fearsome power. He had already worked so hard, so why did this still happen? He felt extremely depressed. All the students. Baizhong hurriedly rushed forward to repair the spell formation and the rippling image. He was extremely familiar with this process. The fearsome power of the stars slowly dissipated, and a figure was already lying on the ground. Su Xiaolan and the others looked at the figure lying on the ground with concern on their faces. Emperor Zui made his way toward Enlin as he surveyed the man on the ground with curiosity in his eyes. No matter how thick his skin is, he should have sustained some injuries after being struck by that attack. Ha! This looks like... Heaven and earth instantly dimmed before he even had a chance to finish a sentence. Origin energy of the netherworld. 6 strikes of the war god, Shadow Tiger. Within the boundless darkness, and Lin's power skyrocketed as he pounced toward Emperor Zui with a black energy sword in his hand, which he stabbed toward Emperor Ziwei's heart. Emperor Ziwei remained completely unperturbed by the darkness. His mental state was not something that could be affected by a single instant of darkness. He relied on his fearsome divine sense and reflexes to evade Enlin's attack. However, it was also in that instant that Enlin made a grabbing motion with his other hand. Spatial congealment. At the same time, a black circle appeared under his feet. Abyssal gravity. Spatial congealment and extremely fearsome gravitational force were activated at the same time. Even though this was not enough to completely suppress Emperor Zui, it was enough to make him falter momentarily. This momentary pause was the perfect opportunity for Enlin to attack. His black energy sword pierced through the air before puncturing Emperor Ziwei's chest. Chapter 615. Outside the Immortal Spirit Tower, Emperor Ziwei was just making his way toward the collapsed Enlin when the screen suddenly went black. Holy F***, CK, why did the screen go black? Where's the manager of the restricted area? What's going on again? And at the most critical moment too. Senior Baizhong, I hate you. All of a sudden, everyone was enraged. Baizhong's chest constricted, and he almost threw up a mouthful of blood. The entire space had gone black due to Enlin unleashing a spell technique. What the F***CK was wrong with him to be scolded for no reason? He felt like the number of times his heart had been constricted today. If things continued like this, he was probably going to suffer a heart attack. The screen lit up again and an image appeared. Everyone looked at the scene that appeared once again and unconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air. And Lin had already stood up, and there was a sharp, inky black energy sword in his hand. The sword was stained with crimson blood, and it was poised to thrust forward. Emperor Ziwei retreated about a dozen meters away with an expression of shock on his face. The purple robe around his chest had been torn open, and blood had stained his robe red. Emperor Ziwei was injured, and Lin injured Emperor Ziwei. My God! That's way too bad, *SS. He's going to shock the world with a single brilliant feat. After being abused for so long, he's finally retaliating. I told you God and would be able to do it. Even Emperor Ziwei is no match for him. What happened when the screen went black just then? How did God do it? It's all Senior Baizhong's fault. Exactly. He can't even do a live broadcast. I'll give him a bad review. Baizhong was high up in the sky, but he could still hear the enraged cries of the crowd down below. Tears immediately streamed down his face as he realized that he had been implicated again. On the 99th level of the Immortal Spirit Tower, Emperor Ziwei nodded as he looked at the wound on his chest. Who would have thought that you would really be able to injure me? Your decisiveness and timing were very good. What was the name of the mystic technique you used just then? And Lin had only unleashed his origin energy of the netherworld in that instant, and he had already stopped unleashing his spell technique. After attaining initial success in his body of the war god, he could already use the origin energy of the netherworld for a short period of time without any side effects. However, it would expend a lot more energy. My move is called Super Saiyan Tier 2 Body Enhancement, and Lin said in all seriousness. Super Saiyan Level 2 Body Enhancement. Emperor Ziwei stroked his chin and pondered for a moment before nodding in praise. That's a very unique name, and the spell technique is quite good. Lu Qianhuan had already woken up and was spectating the battle. Since you've already injured me, let's end our battle here. You've won this battle. After all, you made me bleed first, Emperor Ziwei said with a nod. Naturally, he would not allow Lin to defeat him completely. After all, such a thing was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It was better to stop here, and then Lin would have the opportunity to choose a legacy. That's right, he admired Lin very much, so he decided to give Lin some benefits. And Lin faltered upon hearing this. Never would he have thought that Emperor Ziwei would concede so easily. Was he planning on letting him? How considerate. He looked at his system to find that the mission hadn't been completed. F***CK. Emperor Ziwei had conceded, just like that? Was he trying to force him to run around naked? And Lin shook his head with battle intent surging. Emperor Ziwei, I think we should continue fighting until one of us falls. Emperor Ziwei. Had he heard incorrectly? He had already conceded, but Lin still wanted to continue? And Lin spoke with a serious expression. I don't need this kind of victory. Of course, he hadn't even crushed Emperor Ziwei into the ground yet. So how could this battle end? However, what he didn't think was that his words would create such a stir among the spectating students and teachers. All of the spectating students and teachers were given a fright by Emperor Ziwei's sudden concession. But there were also some people who understood what Emperor Ziwei was implying. However, what no one thought was that Lin would reject this method of victory. He didn't need this kind of victory. This sentence reverberated throughout the entire screen, infecting everyone. So, this is the legendary figure of our school? He really didn't bring shame to our United University of Cultivation. A man clenched his fists with tears welling up in his eyes. This is a true powerful being. Only someone as powerful as him would have such a mentality, right? What is a war god? This is a true war god. It's not that he will never be defeated. It's that he has a proud and unyielding will. He doesn't accept this kind of victory, nor is he afraid of defeat. Even if Godin loses this battle, he will still be my idol. I'm going to be his fan for the rest of my life. Xianyuan Cheng turned to Tang Shimin in a slow voice. Senior student Tang, have you attained enlightenment? Tang Shimin's breathing accelerated as he spoke with excitement. What is Lin doing? If he admits that he's won, he'll be able to receive Emperor Ziwei's inheritance. Does he know what kind of opportunity he's just wasted? Xianyuan Cheng, Sword Immortal Dong, smiled. No wonder the two of you revere classmate Lin so much. To be honest, even I have to look up to him. Yao Mingxi and Yao Xiu's eyes lit up, and they couldn't even hear their teacher's words as they screamed at the screen. An expression of approval also appeared on Bai Zhong's face. He had underestimated Lin over and over again, and Lin had shocked him over and over again. Only now did he realize that it was no mere coincidence that Lin had made it this far. Perhaps aside from Su Qinyan, Lin was also one of the students he admired. On the 99th level of the Immortal Spirit Tower, Emperor Ziwei was also rooted to the spot upon hearing Lin's words. This was a completely unexpected response. He looked at Lin with a serious expression, and after a long while, an irrepressible light burst forth from his eyes as he chortled with mirth. Good. This is the true prodigy of our celestial court. Let's continue to battle to our heart's content. And Lin didn't reply. Instead, A golden robe suddenly appeared over his body as countless bolts of golden lightning exploded forth. A paramount aura began to proliferate forth, as if a god were unleashing his divine might, striking fear into the hearts of all onlookers. And Lin's body suddenly disappeared on the spot. Emperor Ziwei put 2 fingers together before swiping them through the air in front of him. An extremely dazzling silver waterfall instantly slashed out, tearing the void in front of it into 2. Emperor Ziwei suddenly turned to look in the other direction, wherein Lin's body appeared with a white lightning sword in his hand, which he abruptly slashed down toward him. This was the divine lightning sword that Lu Qianhuan had used during her tribulation transcendence, and it was imbued with peerless sword intent. The space around it screeched as it appeared, and the sword intent made the air around it shimmer with a boundless sharpness as it pulverized everything within its radius. Lightning also flashed under Emperor Ziwei's feet as he retreated like a bolt of lightning. Crackle! A sharp clap of thunder erupted as Emperor Ziwei's robe was torn apart again, but he managed to evade Lin's sneak attack in the nick of time. At the same time, he unleashed a punch. This punch appeared to be quite mundane, but it was imbued with an extremely fearsome fist technique. Boom! The terrifying power compressed the space around him into a flat sphere, and Lin's entire body caved in from the force of the punch, and a tearing sensation swept through his entire body. His body flew back for over 100 meters before crashing into the wall of the Immortal Spirit Tower. Countless spell techniques then hurtled toward him. There were scorching flames, razor-sharp blades of ice, and destructive voodoo poisons, and Lin was pounded into the wall by Emperor Ziwei again.